Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The guards of the Serafall family barely saw a blur before a gust of wind lashed their faces. When their vision cleared, Orpheus, Venilana, and Gremory's group were gone. A startled cry echoed through the hall. Serafall's mother, still kneeling on the carpet and clutching her unconscious daughter, felt a sudden rush of air. In the next instant, several others appeared beside her. Sazex, Echuca, Yang Tianchen, and Grafia, all lying motionless on the floor. Panic erupted. "My son, what happened to you? Wake up, don't scare your mother." Echuca's mother screamed, tears streaming as she cradled her unconscious child. Her voice cracked under the weight of fear, her sobs falling like rain onto his pale face. Grafia's father was more composed, though his expression was grim. He held his daughter carefully, scanning the room with sharp, calculating eyes, already searching for the one responsible. His wife wasn't there. He had likely come alone, unwilling to deliver such news until he understood what had happened. Sazex's mother, Venilana, was in tears as well, her cries barely soothed by Gremory's anxious attempts to calm her. The Serafall family doctors, recognizing the chaos that could erupt if the truth wasn't handled carefully, rushed forward. After flashing their credentials, they examined the fallen one by one. Their diagnosis came as a collective sigh of relief. "No one's in danger," one doctor explained. "There are no serious injuries, just minor concussions, a few internal shocks, maybe some bruising from the magic blast." The tension in the room eased immediately. The deadly aura from the gathered nobles began to fade as relief replaced rage. Orpheus and Yang Tianchen, the doctor turned to Orpheus, explaining Yang Tianchen's condition in careful detail. Her expression gave nothing away, but the oppressive aura around her gradually lessened. The dragon's pressure in the air grew lighter, though her face was still unreadable. When the doctor finally confirmed there was no lasting harm, Orpheus exhaled softly. She reached out, pressing her pale hand to Yang Tianchen's forehead. A faint hum filled the air. Purple light rippled from her palm, forming a glowing magic circle that scanned across his body like a laser. The energy flowed from head to toe, probing, analyzing, confirming every cell. Just as the doctor said, his body was perfectly fine. Not a single wound remained. As a humanoid dragon king, his natural resilience was far beyond ordinary demons. Whatever minor injuries he'd sustained had already healed on their own. Satisfied, Orpheus withdrew her hand, then frowned. Her expression darkened. Without warning, she grabbed Yang Tianchen by the collar and yanked him upright. "You useless idiot," she snapped, shaking him hard. "You fainted from that. A little magic explosion and you pass out. You've brought shame to the dragon race, get up." She shook him so fast his form blurred. If it had been anyone else, even a high-class demon, their neck would have snapped. Only a dragon king's body could survive the wrath of the infinite dragon god herself. "Ugh, stop, stop. I'm awake, I'm awake." Yang Tianchen sputtered, eyes rolling. "Sister Orpheus, please stop shaking me. I can't breathe. I'm gonna throw up." But Orpheus didn't stop. Her grip tightened, her tone sharp. "HMPH. You're slow to wake and you call yourself a dragon. Clearly, I've been too soft with your training. We'll fix that." She gave him one last violent shake before finally tossing him aside like a sack. He landed hard, gasping and pale, seeing him about to vomit. Orpheus folded her arms and took a step back with a cold snort. "Disgusting, don't you dare do that in front of me. If you're going to throw up, do it far away." Yang Tianchen groaned, clutching his stomach as the world spun around him. Poor guy. One moment caught in a magic explosion, the next punished for it. Wronged? Probably. But with Orpheus, reasoning never helped. Why did that magic explosion even happen? Yang Tianchen frowned, trying to piece it together. It looked like he caused it, but thinking back, maybe not. Serafall had been the one to suddenly lose her temper, attacking without reason, firing off spell after spell like she'd gone mad, and then boom. The card exploded. Wait, the card. Yang's eyes widened as his thoughts started to untangle. He remembered flashes of mana, shouting, and then nothing. But before he could think deeper, his stomach lurched. Wait, he didn't make it. Gag, 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 ugh. The sound echoed through the hall. Despite his Dragon King physique, Orpheus's wake-up punishment had done serious internal damage to his dignity. He vomited for 5 full minutes, so hard he was pretty sure he emptied meals from 2 days ago. When it was finally over, he staggered a few steps back, pale and shaking, before sitting heavily on the floor. His lungs burned, his pride more so. The last time he'd thrown up like that was in his previous life, after some classmates had convinced him to try a roller coaster for the thrill. He'd been weak back then, human, but now, a humanoid Dragon King shouldn't be reduced to this. When he looked up, Orpheus was floating a few steps away, staring at him with those calm, unreadable eyes. "What are you looking at?" she asked softly. "You have a problem with my punishment." Her tone was calm, too calm, the kind of calm that made his survival instincts scream. Yang Tianchen immediately looked away, waving his hands fast. No, I was just admiring your technique. Really elegant form, excellent execution. I'm very convinced." He forced a grin, praying she wouldn't decide to train him again. Truth be told, being with Orpheus had its perks. Living in the same castle, seeing her sitting quietly under the garden trellis reading, sharing dinner with her, those moments almost made him forget how terrifying she could be. Almost. Because the gap between their power was ridiculous. He couldn't even look at her wrong without feeling her aura press down like a mountain. Seraphul's father arrives before he could catch his breath. A booming voice called out, "You're finally awake, boy." Seraphul's father appeared in a blur, grabbing Yang Tianchen by the shoulders and hoisting him up like a rag doll. His large, bearded face leaned in close, eyes blazing. "Tell me no, tell my wife. That explosion just now had nothing to do with me, right? Right." Yang Tianchen blinked, startled by the sudden interrogation. Excuse me, uncle." "Uncle? Who's your uncle? Don't play dumb. Just tell me the truth about that magic blast." The man's grip tightened, shaking him hard. His eyes darted nervously, equal parts fear and desperation. But before Yang could answer, the air behind Seraphul's father went cold. A shadow fell over him. Orpheus floated behind him, one hand resting gently on his shoulder. Her expression was serene, but her eyes glowed faintly with power. "Do you," she asked quietly, "have a problem with my Tianchen?" The words were calm. The pressure wasn't. It rolled through the hall like a storm, freezing the man in place. Seraphul's father stiffened instantly, every instinct screaming danger. The aura behind him was worse than anything he'd felt from his wife. He could feel cold sweat trickle down his neck. In the blink of an eye, the proud demon noble became a nervous wreck. "And no, of course not," he stammered, forcing a grin. "Fine young man, excellent talent, bound for greatness. Ha ha ha." He quickly let go of Yang Tianchen, gave his shoulder a friendly pat, and backed away with a shaky laugh. Yang stared at the man, completely speechless. The speed of that attitude change was incredible. One moment a raging bull, the next a purring cat. Truly a master of survival, Yang thought. A real role model for men everywhere. He remembered once meeting a demon in the forest who dared to flirt with Orpheus. The man hadn't even finished his sentence before a single purple magic bullet turned him into dust. Yeah. Compared to that poor soul, Seraphul's father had made the right call. Yang Tianchen saw Seraphul's father's miracle of quickly changing his face, and he couldn't help but think of some things before. "I remembered the incident when I was in the demon forest and went on an adventure with Orpheus, and there was a demon at that time. It seems to be a very powerful upper-level demon hunting in the demon world forest. Then he met himself and Orpheus. This goods. It also belongs to the kind of goods that are very eyeless, and when I see Orpheus looking good, I think I just want to be strong with her. Thinking that in the wild, no one can see it, so he can be unscrupulous, and he didn't even look at the cold face of Orpheus at that time. He threw himself at Orpheus. He. You said. In the world of the demon college, there are still people who dare to use strength against the infinite dragon god Orpheus. So, what will happen to that person? And then, well, his fate can be imagined, and he was blasted into slag by a magic bullet from Orpheus. I die soon. Yang Tianchen was almost sure that this was Seraphul's father, who felt sharp enough, almost subconsciously, and blurted out that he was soft on Orpheus and did not face her hard. Otherwise, even if he is not killed by Orpheus, he will be cleaned up miserably by Orpheus under the anger. Yang Tianchen looked at Seraphul's side again, the beautiful woman who was holding the unconscious Seraphul's head and placing it on her knees. Almost just a subconscious judgment, he can judge it. Seraphul's father, that is, this hairy man, must have been trained by her to react so quickly and have such a good attitude towards women. Seraflu's mother showed a gentle smile, beckoned to Yang Tianchen and said with a smile, "Tianchen, right? I heard that you just entered the Demon World Noble School today, and it seems to be in the same class as our family's Seraflu. Hello, I am Seraflu's mother, Alicia. City, the man you spoke to before, is my husband, Davis. Quinn. City. P.S. Alicia. City is the mother of this Demon High School parallel world, Seraflu Davis. Quinn. City is Seraflu's father. Because it is a parallel world, it is not necessarily the same as the original Seraflu's parents, and some discrepancies are normal." Yang Tianchen had already come to Alice at this moment, nodded to show understanding, bent down to Alice very politely, and made a noble gentleman's etiquette. "Hello, MS. Alicia. So, Seraflu, she's okay, right?" Alicia smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, it's okay. Seraflu is very well. It was only affected by the aftermath of the previous magic explosion, so it was only a temporary coma. She was healthy and didn't suffer any serious injuries. Just need to rest well and wake up soon after. This is a diagnosis made by our family's doctor." Then Alice turned to look at Sazek, Ka, and Griffia and said, "As for them, they are the same. They are not injured. They are safe." Then he turned his head and looked at Yang Tianchen and asked with a serious face, "Don't blame Auntie for being curious. I just want to know, how did the magic explosion just now happen?" "According to our family's guard, it seems that the competition cultivation room, where you little guys stayed before, is the starting point of the magic explosion. You know, the original." In the face of Seraflu's mother's positive question, the corners of Yang Tianchen's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. "Do you want to say it? If so, how should it be said? What if I said something wrong, different from what Seraflu said when they woke up? Wouldn't that just, sorry and more. Seraflu's girl, it seems to be quite dead to face. If I say something wrong, will she wake up and kill me?" Yang Tianchen's eyes were uncontrollable, and he began to wander, and he saw it unnaturally. I don't know when he suddenly flew behind Orpheus, and Seraflu's dad standing behind him, Davis. Quinn. City, what a man. Just can't do a bad thing. Once you do a bad thing, it will, so, when he suddenly saw the two people who suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately I was startled, and I jumped out of the distance of 2 or 3 steps. He patted himself in the heart and said, "My mother, Sister Orpheus and Uncle Davis, don't you two be like this." Suddenly so silent, Beep appeared. "If I have a heart attack, it will scare people to death." Davis snorted lightly, but was still a little timid, looked at Orpheus beside him, and then hummed to Yang Tianchen. "You boy, if you hadn't done something wrong, you wouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night." "Say, what the hell is going on? I said, you little guys, what the hell are you doing in Seraflu's jousting room? How good it exploded. I can tell you, don't try to shirk and prevaricate. Don't wrongfully implicate others. Some black pots that others can carry for you, and some black pots can only you can carry it yourself." "Huh, yes, back pot. Did I let anyone carry the pot? Uncle, what do you mean by that? I'm young, I don't understand it." Although Yang Tianchen still didn't know what was going on. Why did Seraflu's father say this, and he behaved so much before? However, this did not affect. He pretended to be confused. It doesn't matter if Yang Tianchen pretends to be confused, but Seraflu's father had a sign of urgency on the spot. Secretly cursed in his heart. "Little bastard. King bastards, do you want it to be? Wow, whoa. Fane, I told you to load it for me. You want to kill Lao Tzu me." However, Seraflu's father only needed to look at Orpheus beside him, and then at his wife, who was warning him with his eyes, and he suddenly did not dare to move. But my heart is still holding back. Wronged. I could only stare at Yang Tianchen with an angry hum. 2 white gases erupted from his nostrils, and he snorted coldly. However, Yang Tianchen was out of consideration for his secret, and the sensation of the previous incident that caused the magic explosion, as well as implicating Achuka, Gryphia, Seraflu, Sazex, and others. Now that I think about it, it's like, this matter is still quite serious, and it is impossible to hide it, so it is better to explain it honestly. With Orpheus watching, perhaps, can you still answer your own questions? Yang Tianchen thought about it again and again, and finally raised his head and looked at all the big people present, finally at Orpheus, and then at Seraflu's parents. "Lord Davis, Lady Alicia, and Lady Vinilana, Lord Geoticus, as you investigated, The magic explosion just now is indeed related to several of us. Yang Tianchen looked up at Seraflu's parents, as well as Sazex's parents, and said seriously, Lord Davis, Lady Alicia, and Lady Veneliana, Lord Geoticus, as you investigated, the magic explosion just now is indeed related to several of us. It's just that this matter is about the secret of my abilities, and now, you want me to make it clear here, don't you? Not quite suitable. Or when Seraflu, Greffia, Sazex, and Achuka wake up, I'll find another room to report to you. After learning that her son was fine, Vinalana's whole mood suddenly improved a lot, hearing Yang Tianchen's answer. Suddenly he chuckled twice, and his little hand covered his red lips and smiled very well. Poof, cluck. Then he turned his good-looking white eyes and gave Yang Tianchen a blank look. Laughing, you kid, really? It's very naughty. Why are we waiting for Sazex to wake up and let you tell the truth? You want to wait for Sazex and them to wake up and tell the truth together, and the few of you can make eye contact with each other, make code words, and then say that together is the so-called truth in your mouth. Seraflu's father Davis at this time deliberately hummed angrily. That's it, Vinalana is right. I see that your kid is not only naughty, he is simply ghostly and he wants to fight with us. Wait until you'll live for hundreds of years. Achuka's father also stood up at this time, showing a gentle smile and said, Introduce yourself, my name is Oliver. Astarte is the current head of the Astarte family, also the father of Achuka. P.S. Oliver. Astarte is the parallel world of the demon high school, the future demon king Astarte, Beelzebub's father. If you're just worried, we'll reveal the secret of your abilities, so rest assured. As long as we sign a scroll with the binding effect of the oath, there will be no problem. Airplanes. Achuka's father, a small magic array unfolded in his palm, and a magic scroll shining with a colorful halo opened. Father Achuka continued. This vow scroll called the Demon God is a scroll that has powerful restraining magic and swears in the name of the great demon god. And any vow written on it cannot be broken, even if it is a powerhouse at the level of the 4 demon kings, as long as someone violates the oath above. Even the Demon King will definitely suffer a rather serious backlash. Yang Tianchen looked at Achuka's father and took out the contract scroll, his brows furrowed slightly, and his mind suddenly remembered the content of the novel he had read in his previous life. Thought, the effect of this scroll is very similar to the fantasy novels I read in my previous life. What kind of heavenly oath? That is, it is very binding. Yang Tianchen couldn't help but turn his head and look at Orpheus in this parallel world. Orpheus was the first person he met, watching him born from the dragon egg. Although Orpheus usually controls him strictly, if he wants to say who the most trusted person in this world is, he will definitely say Orpheus. Orpheus saw Yang Tianchen turn his head to look at him and nodded calmly. He spoke up. That's right. That thing is said to be a vow scroll refined by using the blood of the demon god, which is countless times stronger than when the demons sign the contract with the human being. It is said that whenever it is necessary to reach a relatively secret contract content, the high level of the demon will use that scroll to show fairness and sufficient restraint. It is said that the number of such scrolls in existence is not much. I can't imagine that in the hands of the Astarte family. You can get one, which shows that the Astarte family's heritage is good. Hearing Orpheus say this, Yang Tianchen was finally a little relieved, since Orpheus said this. It must be true. So Yang Tianchen asked curiously, Excuse me, how to use this scroll? Do you need to use a blood sacrifice or something, or do you use some special secret method? It won't be disposable, right? Oliver. The corners of Astarte's mouth rose, and he glanced slightly proudly at the heads of several other families present. Introduction. How can it be a disposable treasure? If it can only be used once, wouldn't it be very worthwhile for me to use it to make a confidentiality contract with you? Actually, it doesn't cost much, as long as there is enough mana input. Light up 108 gems on the scroll, and activate the magic array on the scroll's handle. We just have to say the vow we want to make to the scroll, and the scroll will automatically open and write the corresponding content on it. Finally, let the sworn person enter a piece of his own magic on it, and your name will automatically appear on the scroll. Here, Oliver. Astarte said this. Yang Tianchen couldn't help but shine in his eyes, looking at Oliver, the demon god scroll in Astarte's hand. Envy. Wow, what a great baby. Simply so human. Even blood sacrifices are not needed, and it is not at all like the style of the legendary devil. Sazex's parents, Grephia's father and others, heard Yang Tianchen say this, but they shook their heads and smiled gently. Orpheus didn't know when, appeared next to Yang Tianchen, and another violent knock lightly knocked on Yang Tianchen's head. Using a special spitting tone similar to kitten sauce, he complained, "Stupid. With such a powerful vow scroll, do you think it's really that easy to use? Will it be so convenient? I tell you, that kind of scroll is a treasure in an extraordinary sense for the demon god, or the lord god of the god realm. No matter how strong their magic is, if you want to activate it, you also need to pay a certain price. 108 gems that want to light up the demon god scroll, and the magic light pattern that activates the scroll handle, even if it's me. You also have to output at least 10% of your mana to light them up. Successfully activate the scroll of the demon god. If you still have no concept in this way, I will tell you that you need to activate this scroll. And if I don't make a move, at least you need to be present with Seraflu's parents, Sazex's parents, Achuka's parents, and Grephia's father, all to enter more than 70% of their magic into that scroll, before it is possible to activate that demon god scroll. And who told you that activating that demon god scroll can't be sacrificed in blood? If you want to contract and your strength is not enough, you need a considerable number of blood sacrifices for living beings, or blood sacrifices for high-quality soul powerhouses. Sazex's father, Geoticus, smiled bitterly helplessly, looked at Yang Tianchen and said, "Child, you think that in this world there will be strength for no reason. The more powerful the treasure, the more you have to pay to control it, or you need to be strong enough." Sazex's father, Geoticus, smiled bitterly helplessly, looked at Yang Tianchen and said, "Child, do you think that in this world there will be strength for no reason? The more powerful the treasure, the more you have to pay to control it, or you need to be strong enough on your own. There is a huge risk in suddenly acquiring great power or realizing a certain wish." Hearing Sazex's father say this, Yang Tianchen also began to recall the novels he had read in his previous life, or the content of movies and television animations. Oh, yes. Think about it, that's true. If nothing else, it's like the devil fruit in One Piece. Although you can get it by eating the devil fruit, it surpasses the power that ordinary people can match, but you can never go to the sea again. Dragon Ball in Dragon Ball is powerful, right? It is indeed very strong. It is simply a strengthened version of Tinkerbell, and any wish can be fulfilled. But is Dragon Ball really that good? The answer is no. Dragon Ball's wish has no concept of good and evil. Anyone who finds Dragon Ball can make a wish. Even if it is a bad person who makes a heinous wish, Dragon Ball can be realized. Only a good person like the Monkey King can make a wish that is good. Therefore, although the Dragon Ball and the Devil Fruit are extremely powerful, they both have their own huge risks in them. Such phenomena, not only in the animation, even in the peaceful era where Yang Tianchen lived in his previous life, there are similar risks, such as nuclear power plants. Its benefits, needless to say, the power generation capacity is extremely powerful. But what if it explodes or leaks? The pollution of the surrounding environment is also quite serious. Therefore, when Yang Tianchen looked at the demon god scroll in Achuka's father's hand now, he also began to look a little in awe. Orpheus took a few steps forward, stood beside Yang Tianchen, raised one hand, and a purple magic array appeared in the palm of his small hand, suddenly generating a suction force. Shout! The demon god scroll in Achuka's father's hand immediately flew into Orpheus' small hands. With that, the purple magic power in Orpheus' palm was frantically output, and money poured into the demon god scroll, and the 108 gems on the demon god scroll began to be lit one by one. At the same time, the complicated magic array on the scroll handle began to become brighter little by little. As Orpheus said, "This is Orpheus, and if it is replaced by the head of several other families present, no one can successfully activate the demon god scroll alone. Because if you want to successfully activate it, the mana you need to consume is too large. Even if you are a strong person who is a high-level demon, not everyone has enough mana to withstand it. If you want to activate the demon god scroll alone, you must have at least the strength of the 4 demon kings, such as the previous 4 demon kings, or Sazex, Seraflu, and Achuka after growing up in the future. And at this moment, in this place, there's only Orpheus who can live it. As Orpheus frantically input his magic power little by little, the god scroll also began to emit powerful coercion and brilliant light little by little. This powerful coercion is a level of coercion with Orpheus, and it is the coercion belonging to the demon god. It made everyone present who had a demon bloodline feel their hearts sink. The weaker the bloodline, the more unable to resist the coercion, and almost have the urge to kneel. This is an absolute coercion in the bloodline, just like Orpheus uses his own dragon god coercion against other dragon races. Few dragon races can withstand it, unless it is those dragon kings, such as the Urshan dragon, the golden dragon king, etc. The dragon kings with the bloodline and strength of the high-level dragon clan, they can barely resist the dragon power in the face of Orpheus. And as for Sazex's parents, Seraflu's parents, they are the same. Only those of them, who are both bloodline and strength, can have enough ability to resist the coercion emitted by the demon god scroll. After about 5 minutes, some of the demons present had begun to be overwhelmed, unable to withstand the coercion emitted by the demon god scroll, and they knelt down one after another, supporting the ground with their hands, and cold sweat began to break out on their foreheads and bodies. Suddenly, with the input of Orpheus' last mana, the demon god scroll, which exuded brilliant brilliance, was finally successfully activated. I don't know if it's the so-called Nojai Talai, or the extreme of things. Yang Tiantian can see the demon god scroll in Orpheus' hand up close, and feel from that scroll. What came was not the evil aura of demons or bloodthirsty magic fluctuations imagined in my mind, nor did any frightening scenes appear. He even, after the demon god scroll was successfully activated, he felt a kind, warm, and soft feeling. You can't be mistaken about this feeling. Isn't this feeling supposed to be felt from the god realm, such as the legendary god of light? The scroll was just leisurely, floating up from Orpheus' palm, unfolding, revealing a piece of paper with nothing recorded in it. Then, with a flick of Orpheus's finger, a purple magic force entered it, and then on the scroll paper, paragraphs of text immediately began to appear. The text inside is not the text of the demon world devil, but the ancient dragon's script. As soon as the text appears in the scroll, it is immediately projected, and above it, the projection reveals an enlarged version of the text, somewhat similar to the projector effect. However, it is not known what the reason is. Whether it was Yang Tiantian, who did not accept Orpheus, who taught the dragon clan's script, or the other demons present, they could understand the words written on the scroll. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that the demons who had been suppressed on the ground before were still being stimulated by the demon god scroll, suddenly felt a light body at this moment. The powerful coercive feeling that had been pressed on the body before seemed to exist at this moment, disappearing without a trace. Only then did they have time to wipe the sweat from their foreheads while slowly standing up. Sazex's mother, Venelana, looked up at the scroll of the demon god, and Orpheus wrote it with magic power, and read it softly. The oath of the demon god, the two parties signed this contract on an equal and voluntary basis, and the content of the contract is as follows. First, about Yang Tiantian's secret, Yang Tiantian can explain, but those who listen to Yang Tiantian's secret, unless they have Yang Tiantian's consent, must not leak record or spread the secret about Yang Tiantian in any form. If there is a violation, it needs to be endured. 2, 3, 4, signed by the deed Orpheus. Sazex's father also read the above carefully and then said to Orpheus with a smile, "There is no problem with the content of the contract written by Lord Orpheus. It is fair, I agree." Saying that, Sazex's father raised his hand and shot out a magic power, and the magic entered the scroll. Then a name immediately appeared on the scroll, Geoticus, Gimonri. Sazex's father also read the above carefully and then said to Orpheus with a smile, "There is no problem with the content of the contract written by Lord Orpheus. It is fair, I agree." Saying that, Sazex's father raised his hand and shot out a magic power, and the magic entered the scroll. Then a name immediately appeared on the scroll, Geoticus, Gimonri. "I agree too." Venelana raised her hand and shot out a magical beam upwards, and the beam entered the scroll of the demon god, and Venelana's name was immediately revealed on the scroll. Then there are the Achuka parents. Grephia's father enters magic. The names of all the masters present and the lady of the housekeepers have been written into the back of the scroll. In the sky above the demon god scroll, a huge magic array suddenly appeared, and from this huge magic array, a heart-shaking coercion once again emanated. It's just that this time the coercion is no longer the coercion of the demon god, but the coercion between heaven and earth, similar to the effect of the heavenly Tao oath. All the text content on the magic array also began to slowly gather at this time, turning into a small magic array and appearing on the scroll paper. From this magic array, there began to be a small ball of colored light, a ball of light about the size of a marble slowly floating out of the paper of the scroll. With another click, it turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky into the huge magic array. As soon as the ball of light entered the magic array in the sky, a voice full of majesty seemed to sound in the ears of everyone who participated in the signing of the demon god scroll. Contract. Establish. After the contract was established, the magic array in the sky exploded with a bang, turning into a scattered point of light and dissipating. And the demon god scroll that flew into the air before, after completing its task, the paper returned to white at this moment, and the content on it had long disappeared. The gemstone brilliance on the scroll handle and the light of the magic array also began to dim little by little, and the scroll of the demon god slowly closed, retracted, and landed from the air little by little. Achuka's father raised his hand and made a gentle move, and a soft magic power flew out, flying back with the scroll of the demon god, falling into his hand, and then disappearing again in the magic array in his hand. Then he turned his head to look at Yang Tianchen, revealed a gentle smile, and said, "How? So you're satisfied, right? Oh my God. Can you now tell the reason why the previous Big Bang happened?" Well, the twitch at the corner of Yang Tianchen's mouth before he officially figured out his situation. He was the last person to tell his secret. Whoever has nothing to do after eating will tell their secrets casually in particular. This secret of his, it seems to be accompanied by a powerful ability. If used well, even Seraflu can suppress it. Well, in the future, how strong should this ability really be? However, just when Yang Tianchen was still hesitating, Orpheus struck again, and suddenly the jade hand continued to seal in the air, buzzing, and a purple magic array appeared above her head. The magic array soared into the air, and then appeared a semicircular purple light mask, shrouding all the heads and ladies of the households, as well as Sazek's, Achuka, Seraflu, and Grefia. As for the other people they brought, guards, bodyguards, and whatnot, as well as the subordinates of Seraflu's family, they were all repelled by this purple light mask. And from the inside of this purple enchantment light mask, you can still see everything outside, but the people outside can't see anything inside. Not only can't see, but even can't hear the sound. Orpheus looked at Yang Tianchen, revealing a look that you must give an explanation today, and said, "This enchantment is my dragon god enchantment, and anyone who is in this enchantment does not have to worry about anyone outside eavesdropping or prying eyes. Even if the 4 demon kings and the main god are reborn, or the main god of other mythological systems, they can't use any means to know any of the secrets spoken in this enchantment." Before Yang Tianchen and Seraph exposed them, the magic explosion caused by them was too powerful, and they were involved in so many important children of big families at one time and were shocked unconscious. If you don't explain it clearly, Yang Tianchen will obviously have some trouble if he wants to live at ease in the demon world in the future. Of course, with Orpheus' strength, she is not afraid of any trouble coming to the door. However, she doesn't seem to like to get into trouble when she has nothing to do. She likes a quiet life. She can't give him the aftermath all day long because of Yang Tianchen's trouble, right? Now is a good time to solve this trouble at once, and all the masters have arrived, as long as a reconciliation agreement has been reached between them and Yang Tianchen. Then the people outside, no matter what reason other high-level members of the demon realm look for, there is no reason to ask Yang Tianchen or Orpheus for trouble and inquire about Yang Tianchen's secret. Yang Tianchen saw that even Orpheus said this, and he felt helpless in his heart. Sigh. Curse Orpheus' pig teammates. Is there such a pit as you? But what now? If only they could drag Seraflu until they woke up. When the time comes, do you want to act? Yang Tianchen's eyes rolled around and he suddenly calculated his heart, pretending to suddenly hold his head and said, oops. My headache about what just happened, I can't remember. I must have hit my head when I was involved in a magic explosion just now. I can't remember that memory. I have amnesia. What to do? Bang. Oops, Sister Orpheus, you beat me again for Mao. It hurts. My head hurts even more now, it's true. I really can't remember. You all saw it. It was Orpheus who hit me. I'm so badly injured in my head now that I can't remember anything. Seeing Yang Tianqian's rogue appearance, Sazex's mother Venelana laughed on the spot. The laughing branches trembled, and her small hand lightly covered her red lips and smiled with interest. Poof, cluck. You kid, it's really cluck. In order for you to tell the truth, Orpheus paid so much magic power, and Oliver even took out the Astarte family's demon god scroll. He. Isn't it too late for you to regret it now? That's it. Since you don't want to say, then let's see for ourselves. This is the mirror of truth. As long as it is the person standing in front of it, even if he doesn't want to, he can show that he has done something specific at certain moments. As long as Lord Orpheus doesn't object, how about we? Good. I'm okay with that. Orpheus replied with a calm face. Then, with a wave of Venelana's small hand, a magic beam shot into the ground, a magic array unfolded, and a huge floor mirror suddenly appeared in front of Yang Tianqian. With a wave of Venelana's small hand, a magic beam shot into the ground, a magic array unfolded, and a huge floor mirror suddenly appeared in front of Yang Tianqian. Shrimp stuff, real mirror. As soon as he heard this name, Yang Tianqian knew that this thing was definitely not a good thing. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to flash people. However, what place is this? There is an absolutely powerful dragon god enchantment set up by Orpheus, without her consent, or by extraordinary means. People inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in. What's more, there are Sazex's parents, Achuka's parents, and Gryphia's father here, and he even wants to run away. Don't say that there are no doors, even wooden windows. The corners of Achuka's father's mouth rose evilly, and he just snapped his fingers casually. Syllable. Under Yang Tianqian's feet, a magic array suddenly appeared. Then, he felt that his body suddenly felt woody. It's like a piece of wood, and you can't move. Sazex's mother, Venelana, walked towards Yang Tianqian with elegant steps. When she walked to Yang Tianqian's side, honestly, beauty. This woman is a beauty from all aspects and angles. Super big beauty. No wonder she was able to give birth to Leah's in the future, so beautiful and unspeakable daughter. Rao is Yang Tianqian's previous life on the internet, used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, and definitely not half the beauty of the woman in front of him. No, it's less than 1/10 of the beauty. A woman's beauty, no matter how good-looking you are, just has a good-looking stinky skin. If this kind of woman does not have her own connotation, temperament, well, this kind of woman we usually call a vase. This kind of woman who looks good but has a sinister heart, has no education, has bad morals, or pursues wealth and status by unscrupulous means, and has no bottom line even if she is beautiful. I'm afraid that in the end, it can only become a man's plaything. Venelana, on the other hand, is different. She is not only beautiful and moving, but also has an elegant aristocratic temperament from her, which is the real lady of the big family. Just when Yang Tianqian looked a little foolish, Venelana's finger lightly tapped Yang Tianqian's brain. Laughing, HMPH. People, little ghosts, big smelly little ghosts, what to see? Still want to run. How is it now? Can't run away. Oliver, Astarte's body-fixing magic is powerful. He. Forget it. Stop playing with you, get down to business. Saying that Venelana's hand was sealed, a complex spell was recited in her mouth, and then a magic beam entered the opposite mirror of truth. Airplanes, the real mirror opposite, which originally showed Yang Tianqian's reflection, suddenly began to appear a magic array, and the magic array shot out a strange beam of light, right in Yang Tianqian. Yang Tianqian subconsciously closed his eyes, and at the same time immediately recalled the contents of the TV, movies, animations, and online novels he had watched in his previous life. This mirror actually shot light onto his head. Could it be that it is legendary, a treasure trove of mind reading? Groove, this thing should be a foul thing. Nima cheats. What secrets do you have to be photographed by this thing? Groove, shouldn't I have kept some of the secrets of my past life, or any memory is revealed? Worst, if that's the case, will I still have a face? I lean on it, I'm leaning on. Can we still have fun together? Can you still have a little privacy? I want to appeal, I'm going somewhere to sue you. Trough, yes, what should I do? Now is not the time to think about those who have it. I'll quickly find a way. Right, that's right. It seems to be. It seems that I have seen it in witch work. As at this time, I should have other things in mind, such as, for example, the white moon in the fox demon little red lady is the same. I want to eat. Yes, it's food in your head. Food, a cake, bread, ikaraku ramen, roast pig, steak, hollow powder, fried chicken. Thinking so hard in his head, his mouth was still whispering. Yang Tianxin's rapid reaction naturally fell into the eyes of everyone present. Sazex's father, Geotix, couldn't help but smile and said, "The little guy reacts quite quickly. It's quite quick-witted. Huh. Praise me. Is he praising me? Humph, it's useless to praise me. I will not be easily swayed by you. I'm going to keep thinking about what I eat. You don't want to read information from my head." Venelana smiled brightly, looked at Yang Tianxin with interest, and then reached out on his head and gently rubbed it, laughing. "The reaction is very fast, but the train of thought is wrong. My true mirror is not the kind of low-end treasure that can only read memory. It is a treasure tool that can really play back the picture for a certain period of time before. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." Huh. Do I want to be crooked? No way. Yang Tianxin was suddenly startled in his heart and opened his eyes. But just when Yang Tianxin opened his eyes, the light on his forehead that had been hit by the mirror before had already completed a route at this moment, and then a small magic array appeared. As soon as Yang Tianxin opened his eyes were immediately like projectors, with 2 rays of light shooting out from his eyes, and then penetrating into the mirror of reality. Then, the mirror began to show the picture that Yang Tianxin experienced before. It's just that this picture is not based on Yang Tianxin's perspective, but a picture similar to God's perspective, showing in all directions. Venelana only needs to be very simple, showing a magic keyboard-like thing in front of her, on the keyboard above, gently 10 fingers flexible jogging a few times. The picture in the mirror began to quickly rewind the projection, and then little by little rewind Yang Tianxin and Seraflu, Gryphia, Sazex, Achuka until they entered the jousting room. Then pause there, and from there it starts playing, and as it plays there is even a sound synchronization. And Yang Tianxin, you can only watch this happen, and there is no way to do it. In his heart, he could only look up to the sky and exclaim, "Oops, fooled." Then there was an unconvinced anger on his lips. You guys are still big people in the demon world. How can it be so mean? You can't bear to deceive me, a top 10 beautiful boy who hasn't grown up yet. Despicable, shameless, Yang Tianxin's heart could only look up to the sky and exclaim sadly, "Oops, fooled." Then there was an unconvinced anger on his lips. You guys are still big people in the demon world. How can it be so mean? You can't bear to deceive me, a top 10 beautiful boy who hasn't grown up yet. Despicable. Shameless. Shut up, be honest with me. Didn't you see that we were watching a play? Who called you so stupid? It's not good for you to be deceived. Orpheus was very sharp, plus ruthlessly spit on Yang Tianxin. Then he cast a silencing magic on Yang Tianxin, so that Yang Tianxin could only whine, but he couldn't make the slightest sound in his mouth. Moreover, since his eyes were opened, he could no longer close. Not only can the eyes not be closed, but also, and his head seems to be fixed, unable to move, and his body cannot be moved, really becoming a fixed projector. What a tragedy. This is simply a human tragedy. At this moment, he was finally able to understand what Seraflu felt like before he punched that mysterious power and fixed Seraflu on the wall slash. Crazy, angry, depressed, unhappy mood is really, it's indescribable. Sure enough, that sentence in the film and television drama did not lie to us. Be careful of beautiful women, be careful of beautiful women. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she will deceive. Woohoo. Leah's mom was really, what a leprechaun who deceives the dead and pays for his life. Mom, I will never believe in beautiful women again. Woohoo. Achuka's father, while looking at the picture played in the mirror, still had the leisure to lean over and lean on Yang Tianxin's shoulder. Deliberately, Evil raised his eyebrows, laughing in his ear. Ha ha ha. Boy, you know how awesome it is. You don't look at Venelana's good-looking appearance, but in fact, her mind is very active. Although her nickname is the extinct lady with linen hair, at your age, I have been plagued by her when I was studying with her. Hey, boy, I can only say that you are still too tender. In this world, not only the words of men cannot be gullible, but also the words of beautiful women cannot be gullible. However, don't worry, your body will not be fixed for too long now. As long as we finish seeing the cause of the magic explosion, we will release you. As for the other question that worries you, don't worry. With Orpheus here, Venelana won't play back your past memories indefinitely. Moreover, that treasure is also very precious, and the energy that drives it is also very special and cannot be used for a long time. Very expensive. Hearing this, Yang Tianchen finally felt a little. Fortunately, as long as I waited until the magic explosion happened, I was relieved. Wait a minute. Something seems wrong. The reason for the explosion. If that's the case, if they don't fast forward to watch, I'm not going to be stuck here for a few hours. Because we are engaged in hair, to Lavlu, and then to Seraflu fooling around to cause a magic explosion, but there is more than half a day. No way, I don't want to be stuck for so long. God, you can't play me like that. Hee. Maybe this is called the cycle of heavenly path, karma. Before, because of Yang Tianchen's mess, he intervened in the trial battle between Seraflu and Greffia, and then, now it's finally his turn back. That's right, too. The future Lord Seraflu is one of the 4 demon kings of the demon world. People are also good at protecting her with atmospheric luck, and if you dare to make her unlucky, you must be prepared for retribution. But, fortunately, Venelana did not let Yang Tianchen stand for too long, and used the fast-forward function a little to see all the reasons for the previous magic explosion. After seeing the cause of the explosion, many of the demon realm bigwigs present looked at Yang Tianchen in amazement, admiring this kid's ability. It was really special enough. Venelana withdrew the mirror of truth, then walked to Yang Tianchen, and looked at Yang Tianchen with a look that looked at the experimental specimen like a mad scientist. Suddenly, she showed a charming devil smile, and Yang Tianchen felt a chill in the back of her spine, and her throat rolled uncontrollably. A trembling voice of fear asked Veneliana, "Excuse me, may I ask Sazex's mother, what are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face?" Although the mirror of truth had been put away, Yang Tianchen's body had been liberated and he could move freely. However, I still can't run away. Woohoo. There are so many big guys around him. Don't say that he is still strong now, even if it is. Even if the original Urshianlong comes, it can't be so easy to run away. Venelana, the mother of the future Leas, is so close. It is very good-looking. However, this woman is also dangerous. Women are good-looking but can't be eaten. Is it fell? When your strength is not enough, being targeted by such a dangerous woman, Yang Tianchen dares to use his head to guarantee that it is definitely not a good thing. Listening to Yang Tianchen ask like this, Venelana's smile became even brighter and better looking. I saw her red lips lightly opened and said with a smile, "Actually, it's nothing. I just want to do a little experiment." Looking at the past content displayed in the mirror of reality just now, you seem to have the ability to visualize other people's magic powers. Come on, let's experiment too. Syllable. Venelana snapped her fingers lightly. The tip of her beautiful and slender index finger suddenly appeared with a small dark red magic of destruction, and then this magic power slowly converged, turning into a ping-pong ball-sized magic ball of light. Then, Venelana aimed the magic ball of light at Yang Tianchen's chest. Yang Tianchen saw the ball of destructive magic light on Venelana's fingertips, and immediately felt the huge energy above, although Venelana will not kill herself, probably not, right? But that magic ball of light, if it touched his chest, he would definitely not feel better. If you don't get it right, it's a good cut that will kill people. That. MS. Venelana, please, can I make a small request? Can we not play like this? That magic ball of light is dangerous. Don't be afraid, it's going to be fine as long as you use your ability and visualize it into a card similar to the one that caused the magic explosion before. There won't be any problems. He. Besides, I have light and heavy ones even if they explode again. It won't hurt you either. That. MS. Venelana, may I ask you, can I make a small request? Can we not play like this? That magic ball of light is dangerous. Don't be afraid. It's going to be fine as long as you use your ability and visualize it and transform it into a card similar to the one that caused the magic explosion before. There won't be any problems. He. Besides, I have light and heavy ones even if they explode again. It won't hurt you either. Saying that, Venelana pressed the magic ball of light in her hand, a ball of magic light full of destructive energy, towards Yang Tianchen's chest. Moisturize. From the top of the ball of light, Yang Tianchen could even see that there was a dangerous magic light pattern beating, which touched his body. No matter how special his physique is, Rao is his Dragon King body with a strong ability to resist demons. He will also be blown up. It's pretty uncomfortable to blow up, right? However, even if he wanted to run now, there were too many bigwigs in the demon realm around, and it could be said that all his escape routes were blocked. And behind him, there is Orpheus. You say Orpheus is here. Not only did she not help, but she also watched with interest. Are you going to watch a play? Didn't you say that you value me very much? But the young Dragon King you have always valued will be used as a test product by this terrible woman. Are you still laughing? Yang Tianchen didn't want to ask Orpheus behind him for help, but it was obvious that Orpheus was also very interested in his strange and mysterious ability. After knowing that Venelana was not in any danger to him, to be precise, Venelana did not have the mind to hit, kill, or seriously injure Yang Tianchen. Orpheus was relieved. The power of the magic ball of light at her fingertips, if placed in the human world, may be equivalent to a small grenade with great power. If it explodes in the world, it will definitely kill or injure many people. But is Yang Tianchen human? No, he is a humanoid dragon king. He is a humanoid dragon king with dragon bloodline and has the potential to grow into a dragon god in the future. This level of destruction, magic light ball, even if it exploded on Yang Tianchen's body, at most, it will just blow him up, and it will not kill people. Moreover, according to his strong physique, even if he is injured by the explosion, it will not be too serious. According to his perverted recovery ability, it will be as good as in 1 day, at most 3 days. If Orpheus magic is used, a slight input stimulates his body, and even in just a few minutes, the injury will recover as before. Therefore, Yang Tianchen wanted to escape. Simply impossible. Orpheus had lived with him for so long and knew his character all too well, although he had not taught him any authentic dragon magic. But from time to time, he is able to unleash some of his dragon magic, unleashing his natural powers, although it is sometimes unting. However, the boldness of this product does not seem to have become the kind of person who is bold, so he is the least able to withstand scare. As long as he is given enough pressure, or in other words, he feels dangerous enough, and he may be able to exert his strength beyond the level. Therefore, Orpheus not only would not let him escape, but flew behind Yang Tianchen, a pair of beautiful little hands, lightly clasped on Yang Tianchen's shoulders. Don't look at her small hands seem to have no strength. These little hands look so beautiful. But in Yang Tianchen's feelings, his shoulders were as if they were pinched by a pair of iron tongs, making him unable to even move. She could only look at Liaz's mother with horror, most likely her future mother-in-law, and Venelana's white fingertips gradually approached. The ball of destructive energy light on her fingertips slowly approached his chest, and he was so frightened that he was sweating, and his eyes shouted in horror. No, 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 no. Don't come over, no. You can't do that to me. I protest. I'm going to sue you. Can there be some human rights? Don't. However, Venelana was unmoved, but with excitement in her eyes and face, she smiled and said, the protest is invalid. Just show your ability obediently. My lab guinea pig. Say it. Venelana poked her finger forward, and the ball of destruction magic light on her fingertip pressed on Yang Tianchen's chest. Then, a strong magic fluctuation began to spread rapidly, and the dark red magic light ball full of destructive power began to tremble violently, and the destructive magic fluctuations inside began to suddenly become violent. Bang! A violent explosion like thunder sounded, and the dark red light burst into the sky. A poof. Ouch! A magic explosion suddenly occurred in front of Yang Tianchen, flying his exploding body upside down, and even broke free from Orpheus's shackles and flew out high backwards. Then he was tragic, falling from the air to the ground, and while his body was still on the ground, he bounced. Then Dragonfang fell there grinning, holding his chest position that had been blown up by the magic ball of light with both hands, as if it was very painful and kept shouting in pain. Oops, oh hey. Blowing up people, it's killing me. Kill. The great nobles of the demon world have killed people. Whoops. Yang Tianchen saw a sentence on the internet in his previous life called, "Life is like a play, all rely on acting skills." Don't look at the miserable way he seems to be right now, as if he must have been seriously injured. But in fact, the position on his chest was only a little red mark left after the explosion of the magic ball of light. Don't say that his internal organs were damaged or his skin was open, and even a little broken skin was not fried. This is his powerful physique. Even in the face of super powerful grenade-level magic explosions, it can't hurt him in the slightest. But why did he act so desperately? Is there any point in pretending to be dead and buying alive? Of course I'm afraid. I am afraid that these crazy high-level members of the demon realm, seeing that if they are still fine, they feel that one explosion is not enough. Think that the magic ball explosion test just now is not enough, and then a magic ball with stronger magic light. What can I do if he blows him up once? He carried the shot just now, but what if he couldn't carry it next time? Hurt, shouting pain, but he himself. And Venelana, when the magic light ball of fingertips touched Yang Tianxin's chest just now, the powerful magic power exploded, and it also blew her back. A protective enchantment rose in front of her in time, blocking the aftermath of the explosion and did not affect her elegant clothing, and even the dust caused by the explosion did not wipe her. Venelana just looked at her fingertips for a little stunned, looking at Yang Tianxin, who was not far away, lying on the ground and rolling indiscriminately, still pretending to be dead and crying out for pain. Venelana just looked at her fingertips, stunned for a moment, looking at Yang Tianxin, who was lying on the ground and rolling indiscriminately, still pretending to be dead and crying out for pain. The corner of his mouth suddenly brought a very interested smile, and he said with a smile, "Hee, interesting, what a fun. My destructive magic power, but it is known as one of the strongest destructive forces in the demon world. Not everyone can bear it, if this is replaced by an ordinary demon. Even if I'm just, as I release the magic ball of light before, as long as it explodes on his body, at least 40% of the front of his body, to more than 60% of his flesh will be seriously injured. But this kid is good. Not only is he not seriously injured, but he can be shocked under the powerful magic explosion. My body is unstable, boy. Your ability to resist demons is very strong." And this time, Orpheus had already flashed to Yang Tianxin's side and kicked him on the shoulder with his toes angrily. Angrily, he said, "Hey, you're enough. Obviously, I didn't suffer much serious injuries, but I even dared to pretend to be there for me. If you dare to pretend to be dead and sell me alive, believe it or not, I will really beat you into a second-class cripple now." "Ugh, all right, I'm up. Can I get up yet?" "Sister Orpheus, don't get excited." Yang Tianxin saw Orpheus pressing his hands against each other's small fists, and he felt his scalp tingle slightly. Swooped and stood up straight. Where did he pretend to be dead and alive before, as if he was seriously injured? It was just at the position of his chest, where the clothes had been blown up by Veneliana's magical ball of light, and there was a big hole in the location of the clothes. It revealed that although he was only a teenager, he was still quite good and muscular. On his chest, there was only a red mark on his skin, which was obviously blown up by the magic light ball before. To say how strong is Yang Tianxin's body at the moment, let's put it this way. Although it has not reached the point of perverted as King Kong is not bad divine skill. But ordinary swords slashing at his strong body can only leave a shallow mark on his body's surface at most, and it is absolutely impossible to cut his body. Although Yang Tianxin's chest was not injured by the destruction magic explosion, it was impossible to say that he had nothing at all. The location of the red mark, if you touch it with your hand now, there will still be these faint pains. It felt like before when Orpheus was angry, he was taught by her bare hands, and it was like being hit by Orpheus's punch. If you want to ask Yang Tianxin, what is it like when he is hit by Orpheus' small fist? He will only describe it like this. Have you seen the anime of Naruto? There's a Tsunade-sama in it who knows. If Orpheus's small fist is powerful, it is not much weaker than that one's fist. A random punch, a kick, that is also a woman who can easily change the terrain. Orpheus's angry little hand patted Yang Tianxin's chest, just at the injured position of his red seal, and frowned. "What's the matter? Didn't you convert Seraflu's magic power into a kind of card before? Why can't Veneliana's destructive magic?" Although Yang Tianxin's chest position was blown up by magic and he was not seriously injured, it still hurt to be slapped so hard by Orpheus. So Yang Tianxin immediately grinned a little and begged for mercy. Gently and lightly, tap my Lord Orpheus, it hurts. HMPH, it's really useless. Just this little injury, can't bear it. You're still not from our dragon clan anymore." Orpheus's beautiful brows furrowed again, and he deliberately slapped Yang Tianchen hard at the position where he was slightly injured. With a snap, Yang Tianchen's eyebrows jumped wildly, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and he gasped for air. "Hiss! It hurts, it hurts! Tap, tap my Orpheus sister, my ancestors. Oh, my aunt." Orpheus was not angry again, glared at Yang Tianchen, and then gently touched his chin with his small hand, pondering, what if your current strength is limited, or Venelana's destructive magic power is not well controlled, so you can't visualize her magic power into cards? Why not try my magic? Saying that, Orpheus suddenly turned around and also extended a white and good-looking index finger, and a magic ball of light appeared on the fingertip, but this time it was Orpheus's magic ball of light. Boom! Oh my god, my dragon god sister. This is no joke. Calm down. Sister, you must calm down. You can't think of me as an experimental guinea pig. No more. Even experimental guinea pigs have human rights. You can't just let Venelana up with a magic ball of light and then you will make up for it. Knowing that you are a great infinite dragon god, don't experiment with your kindred, right? Looking at the magic ball of light on Orpheus's fingertips. Although it is much smaller than Veneliana's magic ball of light, Veneliana is a ping-pong-sized magic ball of light, and Orpheus is a marble-sized magic ball of light. However, it is really not that Yang Tianchen looks down on Venelana. In terms of beauty, maybe Venelana is comparable to Orpheus, who is in the same mature state. But when it comes to this strength, there is no doubt that Venelana's strength is far worse than Orpheus, and the two are not a dimension at all. So Yang Tianchen was frightened and retreated step by step, and he didn't even dare to let Orpheus touch him, Veneliana's magic. He might dare to barely try resistance. But Orpheus's magic, he really dare not face hard steel. However, Orpheus didn't care so much. Just a simple purple light flashed under her feet, and her petite figure had already disappeared. Yang Tianchen only felt a flower in front of him. His pupils suddenly contracted violently, and Zhang suddenly appeared in front of him, a beautiful and lovely face. And this beautiful hostess just smiled brightly at him, and then her fingertips shone with purple brilliance, and the purple magic light ball nodded towards his forehead. In Orpheus's opinion, before Venelana used the destruction magic light ball to bombard Yang Tianchen's chest, Yang Tianchen did not inspire his natural ability. The reason for transforming her destructive magic into that special card was because she gave Yang Tianchen not enough mental coercion and stimulation, and made him feel dangerous enough. Therefore, this time, she simply put the position of the magic light ball on Yang Tianchen's forehead, and the middle position of her eyebrows. He could watch as the ball of light filled with powerful magic came close to his forehead. Although this is Orpheus' attack without killing intent, according to Yang Tianchen's personality that is afraid of pain and death, he must be afraid, right? Although this is just an attack that Orpheus did not have killing intent, according to Yang Tianchen's personality that is afraid of pain and death, he must also be afraid, right? Hee. We should probably say that she is really worthy of being the great infinity dragon god sister Orpheus, who has not lived with Yang Tianchen for so long and knows him too well. Yang Tianchen's goods, in terms of his current state and boldness, if you want to see him create some magical phenomena, you really can only see it if you squeeze and persecute him. I want to push a person to their fullest potential. Pressure. Sometimes one of the essential elements of evidence can be guardianship, affection, or hatred. Of course, it can end up being fear or a variety of other reasons or emotions. When Orpheus's fingertips, with the infinite magic power of the dragon god, pressed towards his forehead, a ball of light the size of a marble, approaching Yang Tianchen little by little. Yang Tianchen's eyes, looking at the magic ball of light approaching in horror, his spirit was unprecedentedly highly concentrated. The pupils of his eyes were dilated, and his pupils were about to glare out of cross-eyed. Suddenly, just when the magic ball of light on the tip of Orpheus' index finger was close to Yang Tianchen's forehead, even if the strength was as strong as Orpheus, she suddenly felt an inexplicable force, which instantly blocked the ball of light, making her fingertips tremble. Then, a magical scene appeared in front of Orpheus, as well as all the bigwigs of the demon world, and Orpheus pointed at the magic ball of light on Yang Tianchen's forehead. Unexpectedly, under a special color halo, it was absorbed, and then slowly transformed, turning into a purple card. Moreover, at the same time that this card was formed, it was not enough to be a marble-sized magic ball just now, and it actually absorbed her magic power towards Orpheus's fingertips. The corners of Orpheus's mouth rose slightly, evoking a good-looking arc, and laughed in a low voice. It will automatically absorb my magic power. HMPH. Interesting. Want it, yes. Then here you go. Saying that, Orpheus was very interested, controlling his infinite dragon god's mana, and continued to output his mana into the card until the card was no longer absorbed. After the magical purple card was formed, Orpheus automatically stopped the output of mana, and Yang Tianxian's eyes were also wide, watching everything that happened in front of him. It wasn't until the purple card was formed that Yang Tianxian breathed a sigh of relief, sat down weakly, sat on the ground with one butt, panting. His heartbeat was like a drum, and he kept jumping. Orpheus' power and terror can only be felt if you experience it yourself. Stand in front of her and feel it yourself. As Yang Tianxian sat down, the purple card on his forehead that was transformed by Orpheus' magic power also began to fall off automatically, and was gently caught by Orpheus' little hand. Orpheus gently pinched the purple card in front of him, observing with great interest, and on the front of the card was a picture of a serpentine dragon soaring freely in the air. On the back of this card is a magic array graphic used by Orpheus. The small hand holds the card tightly, and if you feel it carefully, you can also feel the infinite dragon god magic contained in it, and there is also a faint colored light contained in it. Seeing the formation of the magic card with his own eyes, Sazex's parents, Achuka's parents, and Gryphia's father also gathered around and took the cards with their own hands to watch and appreciate them one by one. Sazex's father, Geoticus, after getting the card with his own hands, felt the energy contained in it and suddenly exclaimed, "This is! What a strong magic fluctuation." Vinalana also nodded. No wonder. If every time this kid condenses a magic card, it is a card of this level, I'm afraid it's really going to be amazing in the future. Achuka's father took the card, then nodded at Orpheus. "Lord Orpheus, can you please unlock this enchantment first? If you don't object, I'd like to do an experiment." Orpheus nodded slightly. The seal in his hand changed, and then drew 2 more strokes in the air, and the enchantment that surrounded them before automatically shattered, turning into a point of light and dissipating. Achuka's father flipped it with one hand again, and a small magic array appeared in his palm, and then flicked it gently into the air, and an ore the size of a small mountain fell in front of everyone with a bang. Then Grephia's father looked at it, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "This is... Could it be the kind of ore that is known as the hardest ore in the demon realm? I can't imagine that you can get such a big piece. It's rare, it's really rare." Hee. Father Achuka shook his head and smiled gently, looking at everyone present with a wry smile, and said with a smile, "Where is it rare? You have also seen the volume of this thing. It is known as the hardest ore in our demon world, and generally even if it is only the size of a fist, it is not an easy task to forge and refine it. What's more, such a big one, my door can't even cut it, and if I can't divide it, I can't take it to forge and refine. However, this is also a good experiment. A few, get out of the way." Saying that, Father Achuka, he cast a special magic on the ore so that it could be firmly attached to the ground, and then let everyone get out of the way. Achuka's father first carefully observed the purple card, and then recalled how Yang Tianxian had used the magic card conjured up by condensing Seraflu's magic power before. Finally, he slapped the card towards the void with one hand, and the card immediately began to automatically shine with purple light, and a purple magic array immediately appeared in front of the card. Then, I saw that from that magic array, a series of purple powerful beams of light shot out, and the beams shot on the mountain-like ore. If you can play it back with a super high-speed lens, you can see that these purple beams also contain a hint of colored halo in them. Then this ore hill, which was known as the hardest ore in the demon world, was cut in an instant, as simple as using a laser to quickly cut through a piece of butter. On the mountain-sized ore, lines of purple light immediately appeared, and these ores rumbled and rolled down, cutting into football-sized ore. Known as the hardest ore in the demon world, he couldn't imagine that it would be so easily cut into pieces, The eyes of all the demon realm bigwigs who were shocked on the spot widened. How to say, even if Orpheus personally operates, if he wants to use his magic power to cut this huge ore, I am afraid it is not so easy. How to say, even if Orpheus personally operates, if he wants to use his magic power to cut this huge ore, I am afraid it is not so easy. Achuka's father took out this kind of hardest ore mountain in the demon world, if you want to describe Yang Tianxin's previous life things. It should be the so-called steel stone, and it is also a steel stone the size of a mountain, according to the scientific and technological level of Yang Tianxin's previous life. If you want to divide such a large steel stone, without causing huge damage to its internal molecular structure, even if you use the most advanced means, I am afraid it may not be possible. Even if the strength is as strong as Orpheus, simply want to use your own magic power to get this ore, destroy it, use powerful magic power, and instantly blast it into the air. But want to split it perfectly. Orpheus doesn't necessarily do that. For no other reason, this is a very difficult technical job. It takes the skills and vision of a senior technician to do it perfectly. It's not a matter of personal strength, it's all about professional skills or what you're good at. But this is the case. That super huge ore, known as the hardest ore in the demon world, is simply under the control of Achuka's father. As if shooting a laser, the beam of light shot with the card turned into by Orpheus' magic power split this huge ore into pieces of ore the size of a football. This made the bigwigs of the demon world not surprised. How could they not be shocked and inexplicable? However, the next moment, what Achuka's father did not expect was that the magic card that he had still held in his hand before was tightly used after he used it once. It began to become uncontrollable, instantly shining with a dazzling purple brilliance, breaking free from his palm. Ha! So hot! This is... Father Achuka hurriedly released his palm, and the purple Orpheus magic card swooped, turned into a purple streamer, and flew in front of Yang Tianxin. With another swoosh, it turned into a purple streamer and burrowed into Yang Tianxin's eyebrows. The powerful impact force, at the moment of rushing into Yang Tianxin's forehead, even pushed Yang Tianxin's head back uncontrollably. Wow! Ah, what a swelling thing! Bang! Purr! Yang Tianxin even fell backwards because he couldn't withstand the powerful impact and rolled twice on the ground before stopping. Yang Tianxin was still speechless. He was lying on his back on the ground, and he still hadn't figured out his superpower of turning other people's magic into cards. What was the ghost? Hey, interesting. It seems that this kind of card is not used by anyone. Vinalana kept her hands gesturing with interest, while pointing her index finger on her chin with one hand, looking at Yang Tianxin, who was lying upside down on the ground. Father Achuka, who has no time now, some of it is gone, but he is elated, and the happy fart runs towards the divided ore. Then he picked up one piece of ore and looked at it, and then picked up another piece to look at it, and his laughing mouth was almost grinning. Good, 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 good. Each piece is well divided, and although there is some damage to the ore at the point of division, overall it is perfectly divided. Ha 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 ha. It's great, get rich, really get rich now. If the divided ore wants to sell, it's much easier than the original. Not only does it not need to be sold at a discount, but I can also sell it at a markup. This trip is really worth it. Great value, ha 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 ha. Seraflu's father was happy to see this product smiling, but he was not angry and jealous. HMPH. It's really luck, how come I don't have such good luck? After all the demon realm bigwigs got together, and after discussing and appreciating the divided ore, they turned their attention back to Yang Tianxin's side. In the end, it was Vinalana who was more interested, and said with a smile, "As you have analyzed, Yang Tianxin, this kid is really special. Is it just that the card that Orpheus magic transformed into disappeared like this? Why don't I experiment again?" After seeing Orpheus on the opposite side nodding slightly towards herself, Vinalana did not hesitate at all, and the sign of raising her hand was to shoot another beam of destruction magic towards Yang Tianxin. Sue. Buzz buzz. Within a short distance of this magic power, the surrounding air that actually hit appeared to hum and distort. The magic beam shot by Vinalana this time is no longer as simple as before, but a highly compressed magic beam of destruction. It is equivalent to the legendary super laser beam and high-energy energy beam that Yang Tianxin saw in the film and television in his previous life. The destructive magic beam that Vinalana shot this time, even if it is faced by a demon king-level powerhouse, if it is not properly handled, or if it is not dodged in time, it will be pierced through any position of the body in an instant. That's right, it is to penetrate any position, even if it is as strong as the 4 demon kings. If it is hit in the head by this destructive magic beam head-on, it will instantly shoot its head and die. However, after all, Vinalana did not have the slightest malice towards Yang Tianchen. She just wanted to try Yang Tianchen, so the destructive magic beam she shot seemed to be completely lethal. But in fact, the aiming attack position was only shot from a harmless position in Yang Tianchen's chest, and if he was hit in this position, Yang Tianchen would not react. Although it will also be penetrated by the destruction magic power, it will only leave a blood hole on the body that is not life-threatening, and the position where this ray of light shines will not harm Yang Tianchen's body, and any internal organs, meridians, muscles, and bones will not be harmed. What's more, after discussing with the big men of the demon world just now, they all made the biggest possible guess and inference. If that inference holds, then Yang Tianchen should. At all, not only is there no danger to life, but even injury is impossible. Sure enough, the truth was just as the bigwigs guessed. Yang Tianchen was almost subconscious at the moment when he faced the beam of destruction. Warning signs appeared in the bottom of his heart, and he almost subconsciously raised his hand to block. The magical purple card that Orpheus magic had transformed before, the moment Yang Tianchen made a parrying posture, ejected from his forehead and blocked the position of the destruction magic beam attack. Hard steel on the front, the purple card collided with the destructive aura of magic without warning. Airplanes, rumble, buzz, buzz, buzz. Behind this purple card, a purple protective light mask immediately appeared, exuding powerful magical power, protecting Yang Tianchen from it. A magical force full of destructive aura hit the purple card, stirring up a circle of ripples on its magic protection light mask. A magical force full of destructive aura hit the purple card, stirring up a circle of ripples on its magic protection light mask. Yang Tianchen did not react until this moment, a little stupid, and some eyebrows jumped wildly after thinking clearly about the reason for this. Looking at the enchantment light mask that protected him, the destructive magic power was fighting against the purple enchantment. Yang Tianchen couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes and thought in his heart, "Lying groove, you unscrupulous demon realm bigwigs. You used me for experiments before. Why is it still endless? Such a dangerous beam of destruction can be fired, Vinalana. My future mother-in-law, are you going to give your future aunt and murder in advance? If I die, what will I do if I am beautiful and cute in the future?" However, the various broken thoughts in Yang Tianchen's heart at this moment, the bigwigs of the demon world naturally would not be able to hear it, or even if they could hear it, they would not pay attention to it. For Yang Tianchen's magical power, they were more interested. For Yang Tianchen, who has not really grown up, any protest, resistance, and anything is ineffective. They can even call it a name for themselves, using "we're all for your good." We are here to help you experiment with your abilities and help you better master your power. Wait and so on to act. It's just like Yang Tianchen's previous life, some poor children, parents shouting, "I'm for your good. I'm here for your future. You are still young, do not understand. When you grow up, you will understand." And so on. I signed up for one cram school, extracurricular class, interest class, and so on for the children. This kind of excuse or arrogance, as a first-hand experience, I really can't find any good reason to oppose or excuse to resist, or even the state of not being able to resist is the same. It's just that what made Yang Tianchen's heart dark happened in the next moment. The beam of destruction that had attacked on the purple card before, after all the energy was exhausted, began to converge little by little on the ripples of the purple enchantment light mask. Then, as if the purple light mask temporarily absorbed their impact, and then slowly put them back together, in some positions of the light mask, purple and black magic points of light began to appear. Seeing the convergence of these points of light, I don't know why, Sarah Flu's father suddenly had a bad premonition and subconsciously blurted out and exclaimed, "Not good. Stop them. Just after Sarah Flu's father shouted on his front foot, his body subconsciously took action and flashed in front of his unconscious daughter lying on the ground. The other comatose Saziks, Atshuka, and Gryphia also had their own father or mother in front of them, and in front of those of the Sarah Flu family, Orpheus stood up. Yikes! On the purple light mask that had protected Yang Tianchen before, some reconverged black and purple points of light suddenly began to shoot out the energy of these points of light like a volcanic eruption. The purple and black magic beams, with a trace of colored energy beams inside, scattered out in all directions, which was simply an indiscriminate attack. Poof, poof, poof. Those locations that were not guarded by the strong, whether they were houses, flowers, and trees, were instantly pierced by these beams, leaving a small hole the size of a needle point. And the big guys of the demon world who protected their children unfolded a defensive magic in front of them, and those magic needle-like beams hit it. What to say about it? It felt like countless thin needles pouring down in front of them like a rainstorm, it's simply the magic beam version of the rainstorm pear flower needle. Ah, ding ding. The voice continued to sound on the defensive formation in front of them. What shocked them even more was that white points of light appeared one after another on the defensive formation they had unfolded. This point of light, like a white mark left by chiseling the glass with the tip of a nail, is densely distributed on their defensive enchantment or light mask. Who are the people present? To put it bluntly, they are all big guys in the demon world, although they dare not say that like Orpheus, a stomp can set off a big earthquake anywhere in the demon world. But in the demon world, whether it is strength or status, they are people who can speak, and they even defend against these fine needle-like rebound light needles, and even leave white marks on the defensive enchantment or the magic array. What does this mean? This shows that Yang Tianchen's protective enchantment light mask, the light needle that bounced back, although their energy seemed to be very scattered. However, in terms of the quality of their magic power, it is far beyond the magic quality of these magic world bigwigs. This is not a gap in mana power, but a gap in mana in nature, a difference in fundamental level dimensions. As long as they think clearly about the key demon realm bigwigs, they are all shocked and inexplicable in their hearts. Their faces show shocked looks, looking at Yang Tianchen, and a thought rises in their hearts at the same time. This child's future, it's incredible. Among these people who defended and protected, there was only one who could perfectly defend against the light needle, only the infinite dragon god Orpheus. The purple defensive enchantment unfolded in front of her was the largest of all people, and the most people were protected, and it could be said that all the subordinates of Sarah Flu's family were under her protection. Those very powerful light needles, when hitting her protective enchantment, although they will also make a tinkling sound, but they will not leave a white mark on the enchantment. However, unlike the mood of the bigwigs of the demon world, Orpheus was very satisfied with Yang Tianchen's performance this time, quite satisfied. Yang Tianchen's stunning performance this time once again fully demonstrated his potential, the infinite potential that existed in his body. Only in this way can he create more infinite possibilities in his future growth, and grow to the same height as himself. Become an existence of the same height as yourself, accompany yourself to go on all the time, and live together forever. The look that Orpheus looked at Yang Tianchen at this moment was not the frightened and shocked eyes of the big men in the demon world, but the eyes full of tenderness and joy. The corners of his mouth unconsciously brought a gratifying smile, and he thought happily in his heart, "Very good, Tianchen, you have finally grown a little more. As long as you keep doing this and keep growing, you will definitely grow to the state I expect, and then I can no longer be lonely, and you can live with me forever. Even if your wife and children around you will die one after another in the future, we can still be with each other and live forever." However, Yang Tianchen didn't have much thought now. He just had a smile full of revenge pleasure at the corner of his mouth. The gloating heart thought to ha-ha, "That's great. Retribution, retribution. I told you guys to play me that way before, bully me. Ha-ha-ha-ha. It's really feng shui in turn, the way of heaven is open and retribution is not happy. Woohoo ha-ha-ha-ha." Passive defense like Yang Tianchen, and it is a classic defensive counterattack, and the magic light needle attack like a rainstorm pear blossom comes and goes quickly. The furious, overwhelming and violent attack lasted only one breath. Although their attack power was limited and did not hurt anyone, everyone present was protected by the bigwigs of the demon world. Yang Tianchen was happy now, but the bigwigs of the demon world were depressed. Especially Seraflu's father. He looked painfully at the houses around him, flowers and plants. These are all his family's things, so they were inexplicably damaged. These are cute little money. It's nothing if the house is broken, it's just bricks. It's a big deal to fix it with magic. But those surrounding flowers and trees, garden pots, and so on, these are not ordinary plants. They are all spirit flowers and spirit grasses collected from all over the demon world. Very expensive. Very expensive. It's expensive, isn't it? And if you want to feed and train them to grow up, how much manpower, financial, and material resources do they need to consume every day of their city family? If it's just distressed about money, Seraflu's father won't be so distressed, as long as he is willing to spend money. It's a big deal to change it all over again. But most importantly, he discovered that there were several potted plants here, as well as large trees, which he had planted with his beloved daughter Seraflu when she was a child. Those are the fond memories of him and his beloved daughter. As a daughter control, this kind of good memories with my daughter was broken by inexplicable magic like this. It literally made his heart ache to the point that he almost dripped blood. Think again, if you wait for your daughter to wake up and find these things where she lives, it has suffered such devastating damage. Just thinking of her daughter's heartbroken little touch, Seraflu's father's heart twitched and hurt. Also, the key culprit who caused the current appearance seems to have a share of it. Without the connivance of their husband and wife, letting go of Sazex's mother Vinalana's fooling around, it wouldn't have been I. Faced with such a situation, who do you let him blame? Who to blame? It doesn't seem to make sense. Yang Tianchen is in legitimate defense, and Vinalana is to experiment with Yang Tianchen's abilities. Including Seraflu and his wife, they even wanted to solve the mystery of Yang Tianchen's ability. Almost only in this short few seconds. Fulu's father is like a master of face change, a series of continuous face changes. Angry face, bitter melon face, sad face, want to cry, etc. It has become really wonderful. Stellavlu's father, who was in the midst of a change of face, thought about it and suddenly seemed to think of something. Fierce eyes flashed and he roared, "Not good. My babes are in danger." Then with a swoosh, it was as if a motor was installed under the feet, and with a swoop, it flew and ran like no one. Gee, that speed is almost the same as the teleportation technique. Then, just when the many demon realm bigwigs present were putting away the magic defense light mask enchantment in front of them, they suddenly heard a terrifying voice. "Whoops, my darlings." Woo, the cry was quite poignant, miserable, and the kind of cry that was so sad that it was even a wail. This voice seems to be Davis's voice. How does it sound like? Doesn't it seem a little miserable? Lisa's father, Geotix. Jim Henri, with a somewhat strange expression, looked at Seraflu's mother beside her, Alicia. City smiled strangely. Alicia. City was good-looking, gave Geotix a blank look, rolled his beautiful eyes, and said, "Don't pay attention to that old thing. He will definitely be crying with those treasures of his. When I have nothing to do, I like to buy something useless and dangerous, or something I hate and come back. And I always like to find me a place to hide those things for fear of being discovered by me. HMPH. It's good to be destroyed by those destructive magic light needles now." Geotix shook his head helplessly, reached out and wiped his nose and secretly thought, who is to blame? It's not that you blame this wife. If you didn't allow him to buy magic collectibles, wouldn't he be so careful? A little bit of Tibet, obviously in their own home, but also like being a thief. However, it seems that my baby hiding at home will also find a safe place to put it again. Find a place that will not be discovered by Veneliana and will not be so easily destroyed. The lesson of Brother Davis is worth warning. And Seraflu's father, where the hell did he cry so miserably? The answer, of course, is in the daughter's room. At this moment, under the bed in his daughter's room, a dark compartment has been opened, and as for the bed on this dark compartment, it has already been pushed away by Seraflu's father. This is Seraflu's father, a secret hiding place for treasures, which contains several of his most true loves of the magic forbidden spell scrolls. There are also several autographed pictorials of beautiful women and opera beauties in the magic world. as well as some other personal items that he finally snatched from many start-chasing bigwigs, and snatched from the hands of many start-chasing bigwigs. For example, the handkerchiefs they used, the jewelry they wore with them, and so on. It can be said that the treasures hidden here are all things that cannot be discovered by Seraflu's mother. The things here, in the eyes of Seraflu's mother, are all contraband-like existences. That is to see one thing and destroy one thing humanely, especially those who came back from auction, the things on the female stars of the magic world, as well as signed pictorials, handmade carvings, and so on. If this thing is seen by Mother Seraflu, that's not something that Seraflu's dad can get by kneeling on the washboard for a few nights. This is actually just like Yang Tianxin's previous life. Some husband and wife families in the collection control always like to collect some of their favorite celebrities' signature pictorials. The celebrities' used items are similar. At this moment, Seraflu's father was holding these things, kneeling on the ground and crying. It was heartbroken. Woohoo, my Avana, my Bonella, oh my royal woohoo me, I'm sorry for you. Woo, these things in Seraflu's father's arms more or less have this small hole, which was pierced by the previous magic light needle. Woohoo, my Avana, my Bonella, oh my royal woohoo me, I'm sorry for you. I didn't protect you. Woo, Seraflu's father held a lot of things in his arms. The signature pictorial of the beauty of the opera beauty of the magic world. The figures. The things used by the female stars who were finally auctioned off. And some powerful and dangerous magic scrolls. These things, more or less, have this small hole, which was pierced by the magic light needle before. What is the value of these things? What to say, pinch? Perhaps in the eyes of some people, such as Seraflu's mother, these are all garbage, and spending an extra dime on them is a waste. And for Seraflu's father and people who share his hobbies, the value of these things is priceless, is precious. It is the most precious, priceless treasure in the world. It is something that can be protected with life. Well, in fact, just like the groupies in the world, or the enthusiasts of so-and-so collection and control, they live in the room where the female star lived for a while in order to be able to get the signed poster of the female star. They are even willing to spend astronomical amounts of money. For example, for a high-end hotel room in the evening, the standard charge is 10,000 soft sister coins. After a beautiful star leaves after staying, some people are even willing to spend hundreds of thousands of soft sister coins to live on the second night. We can only say that this kind of local tyrant's general thinking is not something that ordinary people like us can understand. And at this moment, Seraflu's father is holding these things that have already been gloriously killed. Those who kneel on the ground and cry are called heartbroken. It's just that what he didn't pay attention to was that I don't know when, behind him, there was already an extra richly dressed woman. The corners of this woman's mouth were rising angrily at this moment. Her eyebrows were beating wildly, and the bright red tic-tac-toe on her brain was jumping out one after another. The small fists of both hands clenched tightly, and then towards the back of Seraflu's father's neck, slowly, with a murderous aura, silently approached. She gritted her teeth, the teeth under her beautiful red lips. The bite clicked and said word by word, "Okay, you Davis, Quinn City, dare to hide so many treasures from me. And you're hiding in my precious daughter's room. You're really looking for death. If you want to die, tell me clearly. Old lady, I will satisfy you in minutes. Ah, wife, you, when did you come in? Oops. No, don't pinch it. Yes, we'll strangle people. Oh, whoosh. Don't pinch me, whoosh, tap, don't fight. Hit people without hitting their faces. Nay, don't scratch your paws, yes. It's going to break the phase, whoops. Bang, bang, ding-dong, boom. For a time in Seraflu's room, chickens flew and dogs jumped. No. Seraflu's mother and father were playing happily inside. No, more precisely, it was Seraph's mother who unilaterally finished the abuse and beat Seraflu's father to death. Another punch and kick, another neck pinching, using the 9-yin white bone claw, scratching Seraflu's father, or using a life-threatening soul-chasing pinch, all kinds of pinching on Seraflu's father. Gee, Seraflu's dad isn't easy either. Miserable. It's really miserable. This is a miserable thing to be bullied by his wife. Exactly an hour later, outside Seraflu's door, the miserable howl of Seraflu's father could still be heard from inside. Several city family guards pushed each other, not daring to step forward. Brother, I am a little uncomfortable today. I see this report task or you go. No. Brother, I called you brother, okay? Where do I dare to enter now? Just standing in the doorway made my legs go limp. The two people inside are playing lively now. Who dares to go in? That's right. You're new, there you go. Seeing them looking at themselves, the third guard shook violently on the spot, and then pretended to be dizzy, and lay down on the ground little by little. While lying down, he still performed weakly. Oh, oops, no, not good. Me, I dizzy. My great aunt is here. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing this product say this, the other two guards, who were almost not mad on the spot, went up and kicked him fiercely, and very sharp anger spat out. Get out, then great aunt. You are not a woman. Where is the great aunt? I now order you, as the third detachment of the guard, as the squad leader, to go in and report the news to me. After a fat beating, this poor new guard had to go around the kicked old waist and reluctantly stand up. Towards Miss Sarah Flu's bedroom, he moved little by little, and while moving over, he was still whispering with a little resentment. My great aunt is indeed here, and she is staying at my house now. I didn't lie, she came to visit relatives. Yeah, you still say. Looking for a draw, isn't it? Speed up, hurry up and finish the report. We are good flashing people after the report is finished. The squad leader was angry and glared at him with a fierce look, telling him to hurry in and report the news. The newcomer guard had no choice, so he had to lament that his life was not good, how to come here at this time. Carefully stretched out his head into the door, knocked on the door carefully, and then raised his hand and said, That, the lord of the family, the wife of the head of the house, the villain has news to report. You see, belch. However, before he could finish his report, he saw a football-sized magic bomb flying in front of him, accurately bombarding his chest. No surprises. A violent magic explosion suddenly occurred in his chest, and the armor on his chest exploded, and a mouthful of blood sprayed wildly from the sky, swooping. His body flew out like a cannonball, and with a boom, it smashed into the wall behind him, and the whole person appeared in a large font embedded inside. The unlucky rookie guard could only barely open his confused eyes, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and reached out and grabbed in the direction of the captain. The team captain, I tried my best. Before he finished speaking, he crooked his neck and fainted. Boom, boom. The other two guards, seeing the miserable appearance of their companions, the armor on their chests exploded, obviously after being bombarded by magic. Frightened Kai took a step back, knowing that once the wife of the head of the family goes crazy and teaches the master of the household, she will be fierce, awesome, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It's even scarier than legend. Is this just a mistake wounded in the aftermath of the battle if you go in person? Don't dare to think about it anymore. With a muffled bang, the captain of the guard squad was just like that, and the one on his back was overwhelmed, his eyes were dull, and he looked at the ceiling at a loss. As for his whole person, it was completely pressed into the ground. And then, poof, cough, cough, poof, ahem. Do you want to exaggerate so much, almost it feels like I'm almost dying. Hiss, oh hey, worst. Not good, my bones are broken. The captain of the guard team originally wanted to get up from the mosaic ground, but it didn't matter if he didn't move, and he suddenly felt the ribs in his chest as soon as he moved. And the arm bones that grabbed the shield before, and the calf bones of the two legs below, too. It seems to be broken too. Although he couldn't take a closer look at his injury, but just according to his usual experience of injuries. The condition of my body at the moment is like this. The bones of the right arm were broken, at least 2 bones, the ribs were broken, at least 4 or 5, and the lower leg bones below should have been broken. Yes, it was the impact that was brought up by the 2 adults just now, and he didn't want to attack him. He was just injured by mistake. It has already injured the 5 labors and 7 injuries that he hit. Lightning deal. Absolute flash deal. Just when the captain of the guard team was about to cry without tears and ask the sky speechlessly, suddenly a nice voice sounded at the door. Looking up, there was a cute-looking, beautiful little maid leaning against the doorway, laughing. Poof, cluck, oops. Captain Ludier, what's wrong with you? Why don't you get up? Moxie Cassie, could it be said that you were so precautionary before and even sold 2 brothers, but you were still injured? Oh yes. Gee, I really feel unworthy for those 2 brothers before, and their great sacrifice did not keep you safe. Shalissa, you burst. Ahem. Poof. Stimulated by the little maid's words, the captain of the guard immediately became angry, and a mouthful of blood instantly surged up, and several mouthfuls of blood sprayed wildly. The little maid suddenly pretended to be frightened, and her small hand instantly blocked her eyes, but it was the kind with 10 fingers open, using a tone of fear. As if frightened, he exclaimed, "Oops, gee. It's so cruel, it's so miserable, how to vomit blood so spectacularly. It's really scary. Ahem, poof, you too, Lisa, you ruthless, me off." Poof. Another mouthful of blood spurted wildly, and Captain Ludier was finally so angry by this maid called Teresa. Anger and blood rushed up, so angry that he blushed and had a thick neck. His eyes widened directly, and then his head was tilted, and he was finally so angry that he passed out. Seeing that Captain Ludier was so angry that he fainted, the proud little head of the Duressa maid was raised. Her nostrils were facing the sky, and there seemed to be a fox's tail behind it, shaking and shaking there. With his hands crossed at the waist, he smiled proudly. Call you arrogant in front of me before, little sample. I even dare to croak my teeth with my sister, I am the maid of the medical team at home, and now you are injured and fall into my hands. Look at the old lady. I can't play you in the future." Then, the maid called to Lisa, waved her little hand, and ordered, "Come, man, get this fool and idiot out of it, and then carry it back. The old lady, I will personally treat him well." "Yes." Behind the Durissa's maid, several maids bowed in response, and then all looked at Captain Ludier with a sympathetic look, removing the shield that was pressing on him. He was then carried onto a stretcher and followed behind the Ludier maid. The picture jumps, and outside the door of a treatment room with a written treatment room written on the door, you can hear a scream like killing a pig coming from inside. "Ah, yes, it hurts, ancestors, goddess, queen, my lord queen, I was wrong. Oh, queen, please, you let me go. Spare me. It's going to die. What's the name of the ghost? You're still not a man. This little injury hurts you like this. What a useless guy. It's still a big man. How is it that even women are inferior? When we women give birth, it hurts much more than this, and women giving birth to children is not as miserable as you call. Your bones are broken. I'm resetting your bones. If you don't reset the broken bones, perform magic treatment, even if your bones are cured, they will grow crookedly and deformed." Whoops. No, it's not that I want to call it. It really hurts. Kill me, I don't want treatment. Whoa, it hurts. By the way, don't you have anesthetics or the like, or magic that makes me temporarily unconscious? I can't stand it. Sorry, those are relatively high-level healing magic, or potions. I won't use them, and the things you just mentioned have been taken out by senior doctors. Previous magic explosion injured so many people, and the senior doctors were busy treating them, and now they can't care about you. Can I choose to give up the treatment for the time being and wait for the doctor to come back and treat me? HMPH, humph, you tell me. Of course not. It's hard to have such a good training object sent to the door. Do you think I will let you go? So, Captain Ludier, just take your life. Oh, quack. Shrimp. I'm not your practicer. If you continue to play like this, I'm going to die. Come on, help, kill, help, HMPH, call it, shout. Useless, no one here will come to your rescue. It's useless for you to call your throat broken. Ugh, how does this line sound a little familiar? Stop, help, kill me, no, don't. Outside the door, there were a few little maids hiding outside, stretching their necks and looking inside, still very unscrupulously discussing. As for what? Why is it called so miserable? Nonsense. Offended Sister Chalissa, that fool was miserable. I have seen this kind of treatment, which is basically the unique treatment used by those doctors who are ordered to rectify soldiers or subordinates who have made mistakes and have their hands and feet broken. At the door of the medical room, there are several cute-looking little maids standing at this moment, stretching their cute and beautiful necks while looking into the treatment room. At the same time, they were still watching, and they were chatting very unscrupulously. As for what? Why is it called so miserable? Nonsense. Offended Sister Chalissa, that fool was miserable. I have seen this kind of treatment, which is basically the unique treatment used by doctors who have been ordered to rectify mistakes, and then have their hands and feet broken or subordinates. It's like the stupid big man now, who actually angered our Sister Chalissa, seeing that she is using the wrong hand in the civilized world. Once this technique is unfolded, even if you are a good person in good health, you will be ravaged and painful, let alone used to treat broken bones. Yes, It's really cruel to watch, it's so painful. But how do I look a little excited to pinch? Do I also have a talent for abuse? Cut. You just got it. Please, even if it's the maid of the city family, we're also female demons, right? How can there not be a little evil in our hearts? Hey. Huh, your laughter is so evil. Stay away from me, and I hear goosebumps all over my body. An hour later, a poor man, bandaged all over his body and like a mummy, finally lay on a mobile hospital bed and was pushed out by Chalissa. As soon as Tulisa came out, she glanced at the faint eyes, and a few cute little maids at the door snorted coldly. You little hooves, what bad words are you arranging behind my back? A few cute little maids at the same time felt the sweaty hair exploded, the cold air behind the air whizzed on the internet, quickly waved their hands, shook their heads like rattles. No. We didn't say anything. HMPH. It's better to be like this, otherwise, I don't mind letting you grow my broken bones too. Saying that, Tulisa also deliberately pressed her small fists with both hands twice against each other, and the small fists crackled. Cracking sound. After seeing a few cute little maids, frightened like a frightened kitten, Tulisa was proud. The corners of her mouth slightly outlined a beautiful arc, and her proud little head was raised. Pushing the mobile hospital bed in his hand, he pushed Captain Ludier above him. As soon as she left on her front foot, the little maids behind her breathed a sigh of relief and patted their small chests, calming his frightened liver. Phew, finally, let's go. Finally gone. It really scared me to death just now. Sleep, groove. How did Sister Tulisa suddenly appear just now? How did she walk without sound? Yes. Forget if she walks silently. Why is she obviously pushing to move the hospital bed? How? Why is there no sound like this? Unscientific, it's not scientific. Stupid. Push that squad leader out, especially the wheels below. In this way, even if it is pushing the mobile disease, and with the stun of Sister Tulisa, who deliberately walks silently, of course, he can come to us silently. Oh, so that's it. Sister Tulisa is really powerful. A few little maids at the door sharply nodded their cute little heads, suddenly realized, and they were very impressed with Tulisa's little touch. In a place they couldn't see, in the blind spot of sight around the corner of the corridor, Tulisa was hiding behind the wall. At this time, she was pricking up her cute little ears, eavesdropping on the chats of the little maids, and after finally hearing the discussion she wanted to hear, she was finally satisfied this time. The corners of his mouth rose again, hooked a beautiful arc, smiled brightly, and said, HMPH. Sister is so powerful, you can praise me unscrupulously. Shameless. I've never seen someone as brazen as you. Captain Ludier sighed a little helplessly, shook his head, and whispered to himself. Tulisa heard Ludier's whispered to herself, and suddenly her good-looking little brows furrowed, and she raised a hand knife. In front of the old lady, you dare to complain that I am shameless. Want to die or die? Good, I fulfill you. Bang. Ugh. Poor Captain Ludier with a muffled snort. The brain door was strong, and he was hit with a hand knife, and his whole body trembled violently and immediately touched the broken bones all over his body. How much does it really hurt to have a broken bone? It's hard to describe this taste, and if you don't experience it firsthand, you can't understand it. But it's not indescribable. For example, you have been hit by a stool, or you have walked too quickly. Your hands, feet, or other places touch the corner of the table, and so on. A bone is broken, and then when the pain nerve is fully activated, as long as the body moves slightly, it will be several times or even 10 times the pain. And this is just the feeling of a broken bone. What if it is a lot of broken calcaneal bones? How painful it would be to move together. And now, the bones all over Captain Ludier's body don't know how many were accidentally broken by Sarah Flu's mother and father. Gee. In this way, a hand knife on the brain door caused a tremor in the whole body, which really cost Captain Ludier's old life. Lou Dyer, who was wrapped in bandages, his expression suddenly became wonderful, his face instantly flushed, and the bruises on his temples and face, blood vessels, and everything burst out. The mouth is wide open, but you can't make a sound, which is a manifestation of the real pain. The so-called loud sound is probably this realm. Hee. It should be. Shut up. Look at your dead look, old lady. I didn't use any force at all. Tulisa was afraid that Ludel would cry out because of the severe pain. So with lightning speed, she quickly took out a roll of gauze from her body and stuffed it into Captain Ludier's open mouth with a swoop. Even if he can let out a miserable scream of pain after slowing down, he can't do it. The tragic situation of Captain Ludhier, once again like our profoundness, shows a truth. That is, Don't offend women otherwise. Your end will be gray and miserable. And when Lisa pushed Ludier's mobile hospital bed into a ward, it happened to be with Ludier's 2 wounded in a ward. The wounded who were also wrapped in the same mummy burst out laughing after seeing the name tag on the mobile hospital bed. Hey, what a karma. Heavenly Tao is not happy. The wounded who were also wrapped in the same mummy burst out laughing after seeing the name tag on the mobile hospital bed. Hey, what a karma. Heavenly Tao is not happy. Captain Ludier, it turns out that you have today, too. Lisa deliberately pushed the mobile hospital bed between them so that the 3 patients could lie in the same row, and then the cute little head was proud. Reaching out and pulling out, he pulled out the gauze in Ludier's mouth and immediately turned away without looking back. And as for who are the patients around Ludier? That's right, the 2 guards he betrayed earlier. Captain Ludier was obviously so calculated before and sold both of them, and now it is still not that miserable. Even the injuries on his body at this moment seemed to be a little more serious than his own. Therefore, the 2 guards immediately gloated and launched various taunting patterns against Captain Ludier. Most of the guys in the city family's guards are from the poor people of the demon world, and their education level is really limited. So the words they use to eliminate their captain are inevitably it's a little bit of that. It's unbearable, so I won't describe it in detail here. P.S. Interested students, you can refer to the dialogue in Xingai's 9-pin Sesame Official. In short, it is the kind of degree that can scold people and jump up from the coffin. Captain Ludier now has a broken arm bone, otherwise he would have wanted to plug his ear. Oh no, it should be rushing up and blowing these 2 guys who are not afraid of death 10,000 times. His heart roared. You 2 bastards, wait for me, and when I'm healed, see how I clean you up. The screen jumps and things on Captain Ludier's side are not important. Let's take a look at Seraflu's side. At this moment, how long has it been since the magic explosion just now? Belch. It seems that no one has paid attention to Ha. In a word, it's been a little more than half a day. Sazex, Atshuka, Seraflu, Gryphia's physique is his meow's toughness. They clearly suffered before. Such a strong magic explosion impact, but only a slight coma, you can wake up so quickly. The previous magic explosion, if it is replaced by an ordinary demon, I am afraid that even if it is not blown to pieces, it will be seriously injured. Sazex and a few of them, after waking up one after another, shook their heads twice and then looked around with confused eyes. Before they could say more, they were surrounded by the surrounding medical staff and then examined them in various ways. Oops, dislike. What do? Is manual foot good? Don't think you're a woman, old lady, I don't dare to beat you. I don't care about you. Belch. Despite Seraflu's various struggles, she was surrounded by the female doctors and medical maids beside her, and took out all kinds of medical equipment from the demon world, and gestured at Seraflu. Come on. Seraflu big, you cooperate, open your mouth. Stick your tongue out. Yes. Lord Seraflu, don't move. I'm going to check your pupils and judge your current situation. Oops. Lord Seraflu, can you please not be so excited? Don't move. I won't be able to measure your blood pressure and heartbeat. Being pestered by a large group of female doctors and nursemaids immediately annoyed Seraflu, who moved very uncooperatively, trying to push these annoying guys around her. But just woke up. Her state hasn't eased yet, so it is useless to resist. Oops. Lord Seraflu, can't you cooperate with our work? Look at Lord Sazex, Lord Atshuka, Lord Gryphia, how quiet they are, and are examined by us. Get out. Don't compare me to them. Seraph was angry and glared at the female doctor in front of her fiercely. Time passed a little later. Yikes. Bang bang. The female doctors, nurses, and maids who were originally surrounding Seraflu suddenly only felt that their bodies suddenly lightened, and then the whole person flew out in the clouds. Yes. Belch. Oops. Bang bang bang. After a short flight, they all fell violently to the ground and their teeth grinned. As for Seraflu's side, she was held fiercely by her mother and father, crying a lot. Woo, oh my precious daughter, you're finally awake. It really scared your dad and me to death just now. Woohoo. Oh daughter. Oh my daughter. Woohoo. It's really unthinkable that Seraflu's father, a guy who was beaten like a pig's head and had a hairy face and a bearded face, actually cried so much it's so earth-shattering. Roll on. You are a dead ghost. Stay away from my precious daughter. Look at your dirty body. Snot and tears again. Don't stain my daughter's clothes. And Seraflu's mother also held her baby daughter and burst into tears, but she cried more subtly. At the same time, she also looked disgusted and wanted to push Seraflu's father away and push this guy away from her daughter's side. Then Seraflu's father not only did not leave his daughter, but held his daughter and cried even more sadly. Pointing to the footprints on his body, he was seriously injured by the magic blast. Point to your face again. The crying was even more sad, and he complained. Oh, daughter, do you know how your mother bullied me just now? Woohoo. Look at it, look. My injuries, this and here. These scratches, footprints, blue nose, and swollen face were all beaten by your mother. Ooh, daughter, you're going to call the shots for daddy. Seeing her husband suing in front of her daughter, Seraflu's mother was immediately not to be outdone and shook out everything about Seraflu's father. Daughter, don't sympathize with this bastard. Do you know what he is hiding under your bed? How many times have I said that he is not allowed to buy back the pictorials, figures, and jewelry and other things they have used, as well as some special magic scrolls, props, and so on? He knowingly hid those things in your room. Daughter, now you call the shots, you say. Mom, do I want to punish this bastard dad of yours? And just like that, poor Selavlu's father, watching Geodix take Veneliana and Sazex with him, seeing Greffia's father again, Achuka's parents were the same, very unscrupulously took their son, and their daughter flew away. In the end, Seraflu's father could only put all his hopes on the infinite dragon god Orpheus and Yang Tiantian. While desperately resisting and enduring the attacks of Seraflu's mother, he tried to blink his big cute eyes and look at Orpheus and Yang Tiantian. In a trembling voice, he begged, Lord Orpheus, Tiantian's Zion nephew, save me. How to describe this sound? You are a big man, do you want to speak and learn the sheep sound? It sounds very, I can't stand it. At least Yang Tiantian thought like this and thought in his heart, lying groove. The sheep sound of beautiful women is enjoyable to listen to, and Uncle Davis, you hey. It makes me feel like I'm covered in hair. Yang Tiantian turned his head to look at Orpheus, and then at Seraflu's mother, and instantly affirmed his feelings. Right. Even Orpheus and Seraflu's mother felt the same way as me. When they heard Seraflu's father's cry for help, their bodies shook in unison and their whole bodies seemed to have passed electricity. Sweat hair upside down. I don't know how many layers of goosebumps are there. Yang Tiantian listened and felt that his whole body was hairy and cold. And what they felt after listening to it was, it's disgusting. That's right, it's a disgusting feeling. It gave them a strong urge to strangle Seraflu's father's feelings. This feeling is a bit like the feeling of the great Saint Master wanting to strangle the Tang monk in the journey to the west. So, Seraflu's father is better off not asking for help, as soon as he asks for help. Orpheus turned around directly, grabbed Yang Tiantian's shoulders, and a purple magic array appeared directly under his feet. Coldly said, Your Excellency Alicia, I finally understand your mood now, even I want to beat him. Have fun beating you, I'm leaving. Lord Orpheus, you go slowly, I still have things to deal with here, so I won't send it. Seraflu's mother directly suppressed her husband, and then took the time to wave goodbye to Orpheus. Swish. Goodbye. Orpheus nodded slightly, and then the purple light and shadow shone, turning into purple points of light, and disappeared directly with Yang Tiantian. Seeing that all the guests were gone, Seraflu's mother raised the sleeve on her hand again, and then stepped on Seraflu's father's back. Okay. Now that everyone is gone, my daughter is not here. Look how I will clean you up this time, old lady. Don't worry, this time we have time to play. Play slowly, no rush. Seraflu's father, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, suddenly rushed out and shouted, No, I don't want to play with you. Yes, we'll play the dead. Help. HMPH, you can't escape. Seraflu's mother walked behind, jumping up and down with a big smile on her face. Then, soon after, there was a very lively sound here. Bang, bang, poof, bang, bang. The next day, the Senior Noble Demon Academy of the Magic Capital, the first-grade classroom. Yang Tiantian, Sazex, Achuka, Greffia, Seraflu's small group gathered again and took their seats in their small group of transcendence. Yang Tiantian was at the same table as Greffia, and behind him sat Seraflu. Next to Seraflu was Sazex, and the next seat was Achuka. Taking advantage of the fact that the class had not yet officially started, at this moment, Yang Tiantian turned around, leaned in front of Seraflu's desk, and asked, Seraflu, you is your dad all right? Yesterday it looked like your mother would clean him up miserably. Seraflu yawned, lay down at her desk, and said, Hey, you said my dad, it's okay. Don't worry, he is also a high-level demon. How can it be so easily broken? Besides, Even if you are beaten badly, you can take the recovery potion, or use the Phoenix Tear to instantly recover all injuries, okay? It's just, the only drawback is that my father was beaten too badly by my mother, and the screams were a little loud, so I didn't sleep well last night. Wait a minute, none of you should disturb me. I'm going to catch up on sleep. Huh. Sleep in class. Seraflu, aren't you afraid that the teacher will trouble you? Yang Tianxin's eyes instantly widened, and he looked at Seraph in surprise. However, Seraflu and Greffia, seeing Yang Tianxin's performance, rolled their eyes in unison and glanced at Yang Tianxin. Sazix and Achuka shook their heads and chuckled. What's so strange about that? We're used to it, we've always been like this. Achuka stretched out her hand on Yang Tianxin's shoulder and patted it gently. Tianxin, as your good brother, I think it is still necessary to tell you what is the life of a genius-level child of an aristocratic family. After a few of us were born when we were young, because we confirmed our special physical relationship, we received an elite education from an early age. We actually learned in advance before we were 10 years old, a lot of advanced knowledge. So many of the current high-level demon noble schools have already learned for us. Listening to Achuka's explanation, Yang Tianxin couldn't help it in his heart again, and complained and thought, Chow, genius is amazing. Don't hit people like that. Do you want to be so bullish? Do you want to be so arrogant? Finally, Achuka patted Yang Tianxin's shoulder again and said, So, unfortunately to tell you the news, in this first-grade class, at least 30% of the noble demon children must have similar experiences. The difference is only that before everyone enrolled in the Noble Demon Academy, there was a difference in the level of family elite education and the depth of the content they learned. Of course, in order to help those children who have not learned or have no foundation like you, so the aristocratic teaching content here will be taught from scratch. Go for it. Brothers. Rao is Yang Tianxin's psychological defense is strong enough, and he was also thundered. I couldn't help but think to myself, lie in the groove. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you trying to say that I am now a blank slate? Will I be a child who has to study hard? I wipe. When I was studying in my previous life, I hated you most for being a perverted academic performance, but you seem to live a very easy life. Zuba or something, really the most annoying. Huh, shrimp, you. What do you mean? Yang Tianxin was really awakened by Achuka's words. Even if he was reincarnated and reborn, the stimulation of this thing of money to him was still quite big. Achuka smiled very, very mysteriously, blinking at his somewhat good-looking peach blossom eyes, and replied with a smile. Hey. What do you mean you'll know this later? Anyway, you are also a transcendent. Wouldn't it be better to experience it yourself? Ugh, myself. See for yourself. What do I have to experience? You have to know that Grandpa, I belong to Pixiu. Money, this kind of thing in my hands, that only in and out. Yang Tianxin pouted and hummed in a low voice. HMPH. Pixiu? Don't say you're not Pixiu, even if you do. If you do the same sabotage as Seraflu, can you not lose money? Are you sorry not to lose money? Or do you have the ability to refuse compensation? Seraflu sneered as she listened and unceremoniously launched a sharp spit attack on Yang Tianxin. Ugh, that one. What about that? All right, Sierra Carbon, you're awesome. Where did we just talk? Hey. By the way, it seems that it is almost class time. What is that? Let's talk after class. Yang Tianxin was blocked by Seraflu's words like that and suddenly felt speechless. So he had to change the topic with some embarrassment, clapped his hands, turned back, found out the textbook, and prepared to wait for the arrival of class time. No wonder Yang Tianxin is speechless. He is a genius. Young man's transcendent is good. No matter how powerful his potential is now, before he really grows up, his current strength, looking at the entire demon world, now can single-handedly overturn him. There are not many people who can overturn him. For example, he was with Seraflu before, in Seraflu's house, and engaged in the massive economic losses caused by destruction. If he did not have Orpheus as a refuge, he only needs to think back a little. The terrifying strength of Seraflu's father and mother, does he really have the ability to resist? If they force themselves to pay back, does he have the ability to resist? No. Even if they brazenly came over to rob the dragon god leader, he would not be able to resist by half a point. This is the dragon god collar covered by Orpheus. Otherwise, according to Seraflu's father's living treasure nature, he really dares to rob him. Poof, poof, cluck, so cute. He, you see, Tianxin blushed. It is worthy of being the young dragon king that Lord Orpheus fancy, even if he blush, he is so cute. Yes, I really want to be friends with him. Ah, young Master Tianchen, so charming, so cute, ah, my heart jumped so fast. For young Tianchen's shy turn of his head, the demeanor at that moment suddenly gave the female students around him a fierce cuteness, making them scream and discuss. HMPH, Anthemaniac, what's so nice about Nima's little one? She looks girly and blush, where does this look like a man? Bah, that is, I don't know if Lord Orpheus fancy it. HMPH. I see he just looks good and his potential may not really be that strong. I heard the old man at home say that the reason why the fire cloud was so strong may have something to do with the teacher's high-grade magic bottle. Otherwise, the flame would not be so powerful. The girl's eyes were flushed, screaming for Yang Tianchen, discussing for Yang Tianchen, and being stupid for Yang Tianchen, which immediately caused the displeasure of the other boys and demons in the class. Dissatisfied with Yang Tianchen's relationship that was so popular with girls and demons, some of the demon boys in the class also started their contempt, disgust, and jealous discussions. Bastard, what did you say? You dare to slander our male god and seek death. Believe it or not, I tore you apart in minutes. Get stuff. Groove, you idiot, what are you crazy? Nay. No way, my face, you dare to scratch my handsome face. Yea, I fought with you. Bang. Come on, I'm afraid of you when you are an old lady. Oh, my nose bleeding lying in the groove. You dare to beat a lady's cute nose, me. I'm not alive, I'll kill you. Rumble, a flame bomb flew over. Ugh, lie down, you crazy woman, where to fight? You hit your fellow table mates, how did you hit me? You are not a good thing, just now you also slandered the male god of Tianchen and beat you. Not wronged at all. Another demon girl also jumped out, raised her hand and hit a thunderball. Rumble, squeak Tilda. Groove. Do you dare to bombard Lao Tzu with a thunderball? Brothers, this group of idiots, they are going to turn the sky. If we don't teach a lesson today, will there be a place for our brothers to speak in the future? Yes, up, ping pong, bang bang bang, boom, boo boo, a kill. This is this swollen? This is. Who are you? Why are you pulling me? Yang Tianchen was originally going to be a quiet, beautiful man and wait for the class at ease. But I don't know what happened. Suddenly, a female demon was blasted over, and then smashed over a row of seats next to him, and then followed, the female demon suddenly rushed to him excitedly. As soon as he took his hand, he dragged it over and said with an excited expression while dragging it, "Young Master Tianchen, their group of bad boys are so ungentlemanly, you must help us. We're fighting for you, sisters." Huh, yes, Why should I fight for you? Yang Tianchen was inexplicably pulled into the battle circle, and his brain was still in a state of confusion. There were no less than 10 rounds with various attribute magic light balls bombarding in his direction. Hey, you guys! What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Yang Tianchen hurriedly made various dodging moves, finally dodging to attack, and asked in a frightened voice of the group of male demons. Groove, do you still need a reason to hit you? Exactly. Lao Tzu has been looking at you unfavorably for a long time. You have a little white face, and you look like a bad face. Brothers, take good care of this young dragon king. See if he dares to be arrogant in the class in the future. Yes, flip him. See that he still has a face in the class in the future, confusing girls indiscriminately. I'm obviously called handsome, and handsome is also called confusing girls. Depend on. Is there something wrong with your brain? Girls just like me who can play handsome, what can I do? Hey, no way, no way. It seems that sometimes people are too handsome, which is also a sin. Yang Tianchen suddenly gently brushed the hair on his forehead with one hand, and when he gently raised his head, he pretended to say this in his previous life. He watched a TV series, very pretending and very bad. Poof, cluck, bah. Don't face. I've never seen someone so brazen. At Shuka, it seems that the thickness of someone's skin can surpass you. Saraflu, who was standing outside watching the battle and watching the excitement, was first amused by Yang Tianchen's words, and couldn't help but laugh softly, and then took a sip and couldn't help but complain. Poof, humph he, ahem. Huh, at Shuka, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, don't look at me like that. Sazex didn't hold back a smile after hearing Saraflu's complaint, and then it ushered in, and Achuka's peach eyes glared fiercely, so he quickly made a statement. After all, who called him and Achuka good brothers from childhood? Not to mention that Sazex, who is a good brother with Achuka, smiled. Even Gryphia, who had a slightly cold temperament, did not hold back the corners of his mouth slightly raised. outlining a good-looking and beautiful arc. After glaring at the good brother beside her, Achuka rolled her equally good-looking eyes towards Seraflu, snorted coldly, and did not pay attention to Seraflu's spiritual attack. I have to say that after people look good and see a certain extent, even if you are a man, roll your eyes, you have a different kind of charm, and you can even not lose to the white eyes of beautiful women at all. Just the demeanor at the moment when Achuka rolled his eyes, the several girls and demons standing beside him, the red heart eyes that originally looked at Yang Tianchen, actually turned their heads one after another, looked at Achuka, showing a flower idiot expression, clasped their hands in fists in front of him, and the flower idiot said, "Good. Good for the eyes. Lord Achuka's posture is still so charming." Yes. What to do? What should I do? Lord Yang Tianchen is very cute, but Lord Achuka is also very charming. Should I quit Achuka's support group or join Lord Tianchen's support group? Oh, it's so distressing, so distressed. In the entire Demon Senior Noble Academy, including all the teachers and students of the school, in terms of appearance, Achuka can be said to be a proper existence that can squeeze into the top 10. Rao is Yang Tianchen's conceit is also good-looking. But if it is just a comparison of appearance, he does not dare to say that he can win Achuka's goods steadily. Moreover, although Yang Tianchen crossed over, although the timeline of the Demon College world was relatively early in the Demon High Noble Academy, the students in those academies, and even the teachers, turned out to be very magical, giving birth to all kinds of support groups that should have existed in the late stage of the original world of the Demon College. The so-called support group, which can be simply turned into, is a fan group of school flowers and school grass. Before Yang Tianchen had transferred to the first year of the Demon High Noble Academy, including the other classes of the first grade, several young girls already had their support group. Like what? The Greffia support group, the Achuka Rear Regiment, the Sazek support group, even a crazy little girl like Seraflu has a support group of about 10 people that belongs to her. It is worth saying that Yang Ran has only transferred in for a few days, but he has already impressed the hearts of many senior sisters and female demons of the same grade with his outstanding and cute appearance. And these people have even established a Tianchen support group with a number of nearly 100 people. Those seniors who often went out or did not want to come to the academy to attend classes actually came to the academy to take classes, even if they could just find opportunities from time to take a look at Yang Tianchen, a lovely junior brother. The reason why Yang Tianchen caused the collective crusade of the demon boys in the class was mostly because Yang Tianchen was too popular with the demon girls, because he was against the sky and too popular. They hate Yang Tianchen, just like when Yang Tianchen was in his previous life. These ordinary people were envious and jealous of Gao Fushuai. The difference is only that ordinary people in their previous lives did not dare and could not easily make a move against Gao Fushuai. And the demon world is different. Those male demons themselves are nobles. Their own strength is not weak. As long as Yang Tianchen cannot crush them by strength, they dare to huddle and clean up Yang Tianchen fiercely. When he said the words back to the blue-faced demon, when he heard Yang Tianchen's arrogant words, he suddenly became even more angry and saw his provocative action of hooking his fingers. Suddenly even more angry, toot toot, so angry that there was white smoke on the door of the brain. Blue-faced demon, I killed you, faceless little white face. Good to go. Look at me, dragon fist erupts. Yang Tianchen croaked his teeth and smiled confidently. The horse stepped forward, sank his waist, and the force rose from the ground, and the small body that was disproportionate to the other party, and the small fist swung out forcefully. Bang. Rumble. The two fists collided fiercely, and immediately set off an invisible wave of Kai, blowing in all directions, blowing all the surrounding demons, their hair flying and their clothes were cold. One sandbag-sized fist, the other, which was as thin as a toothpick, actually caught the opponent's fist steadily. Yang Tianchen's dazzling performance immediately caused countless male demons to gasp for air. Hissing! What the? How is it possible? Is that kid a monster? Quaid is the most powerful demon in our first year. He could even hard catch his iron fist with just one hand. Similarly, although it was only a catch, it also caused screams and cheers from the demon fans in the class. "Ay, Lord Tianchen, so handsome." "Sure enough, young Master Tianchen, you are the most handsome." Nicely picked." "Damn it, don't be proud, I see you can take a few punches from me." "Ha. Hey, ha 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 ha." The blue-faced demon saw that he was bound to get a punch, and he couldn't smash the little white face on the other side, and he was even more furious, and the muscles of his whole body suddenly bulged. Blood vessels burst out, and the huge iron fist was whistling, like a violent storm towards Yang Tianchen. "Very good, come on." Yang Tianchen also stepped firmly under his feet, and his small fist also rained upwards. Dragon God ascends to Dragon Overlord. The use of this move is an ability that Tianchen has only mastered recently, because he is not very familiar with the mastery of this move. Generally 10 times, at most, only 1 or 2 times can succeed. As for why he took the name of the Dragon God, Ascending Dragon Overlord, and the formation of this move, it was still in the case of a sparring with Orpheus, and that time he was pressed and beaten by Orpheus, and he was beaten by chance. Dragon God ascends to Dragon Overlord. It was the move that he was born by mobilizing the great red magic power in his body, combined with his memories of watching Saint Seiya and Dragon Ball in his previous life, and fusing the characteristics of the great red fantasy divine power. The blue-faced demon was hit by the red divine dragon light and shadow, and was taken to a height of 100 meters above the ground, and then the red long dragon with a length of more than 10 meters. Suddenly, Yang Tian let out a loud dragon groan, transformed into a dazzling red light and shadow, swirled around the blue-faced demon, and continuously launched a violent impact on him back and forth. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the blue-faced demon seemed to be hit back and forth by a big truck, pointing at all parts of his body from all angles. Just when the blue-faced demons above the sky were finished by the red divine dragon light and shadow shot by Yang Tianchen, the boy demons in the classroom below also launched magic arrays in front of them. "Everyone, don't play with him, deal with this little white face. Don't pay attention to any gentlemanly manners. Let's go together." Good. Together, destroy this little white face. "Quaid, that guy is really unreliable. Let's rely on ourselves. Look at me. Destroy the deathlight. Hey, crack the air. Explosive bomb." Seeing that those boy demons were so shameless and joined forces to release magic to attack him, Yang Tianchen was first slightly startled and then smiled coldly. "Groove, you fucking guys, you can't beat me alone, so I changed the group beating, right? Humph. Do you think a group fight can hurt me? Do you think I'm not prepared? Look at my Dragon God mysteries, guardian of the infinite Dragon God." Yang Tianchen's hand changed the seal, and then the sword finger lightly pressed on his forehead. With a gentle swipe in front of him, from the middle of his forehead, a purple card suddenly flashed, and the card dripped and spun in front of Yang Tianchen. On one side of the card is a miniature version of the body portrait of Orpheus, and on the other side is the magic array of the infinite Dragon God. As soon as the card flew in front of Yang Tianchen was talking again, learning the pictures in the Taoist movies he had seen in his previous life, and the 2 sword fingers were scratching around, and the card in front of him was sharply forward. Buzz, buzz. The card suddenly emitted a buzz, and the purple guardian light shield protected Yang Tianchen in it. Suddenly seeing the purple card summoned by Yang Tianchen, Gray, Lavlu, Sazex, and Ichuka, he suddenly remembered his parents' instructions to him. No matter how you play with Tianchen in the future, just remember that once that stinky boy takes out a purple card, the card shows the infinite Dragon God mark. You must remember that you must never attack Yang Tianchen at the time. If there are many, many enemies, or there are enemies that you cannot defeat, attack Yang Tianchen in that state. You will immediately dodge and leave Yang Tianchen's side. The farther away, the better. Although the 4 of them did not understand why their parents had to be so cautious in telling themselves, they still chose to trust their parents. At the moment Yang Tianchen took out the purple card, the 4 of them flashed to the window of the classroom for the first time, ready to flash people at any time. Originally, according to their parents' instructions, they should have flashed people at the first time, but young people are curious. The more you tell them not to stay for a long time, the more curious they are. What strange ability is Tianchen going to unleash next, which can actually make their parents marvel at it? Although the Senior Demon Noble Academy, The young demons in the first year were far weaker than the mother of Sazex, MS, Veneliana. But the victory is that there are many of them. Each of them is full of strength, and they are all out to launch their strongest magic attacks, even if it is the slaying witch with the so-called long chestnut hair and grace. Lady Venelana comes and does not dare to take their attack. Yikes! AAA boom, boom, boom. Poof, poof, poof. The boy demons in those classes, the momentum of launching the strongest attack, is very big, a powerful magic attack, as if they don't want money, towards Yang Tiantian. However, when those flames, thunder, wind blades, and other various magical attacks slammed on the Lilac Guardian enchantment, it was like rain falling into the lake. Tightly on the purple enchantment, a small ripple rippled. Like mud flowing into the sea, nothing happened, calm. Seeing that his attack was completely ineffective, those boy demons were stunned for a while. How is that possible? What kind of weird magic enchantment was that, unexpectedly? Can it even be broken? Nope, no way, I don't believe it. Everyone one more ruthless. Good. Immediately after that again. Yikes. AAA boom, 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 poof, poof, poof. Then the scene fell into a strange silence again, and all the demon students present in the class, both men and women, fell into it, opened their mouths, looked at Yang Tiantian in surprise, and the purple enchantment guarding in front of him. It's just that the male demons were shocked, and the female demons immediately exploded after a short silence, erupting into another round of excited screams and cheers. Ayaya, Lord Tiantian, you are so handsome. Ayaya, young Master Tiantian, you are indeed the strongest. Win, win, win. Lord Tiantian won, ayaya. But at this time, Achuka, who was the most proficient in magical knowledge, immediately began to discover that something was wrong and dangerous. Suddenly, he noticed that he began to slowly gather together on Yang Tiantian's guardian enchantment, and colored points of light shining with strange light one after another. Those points of light slowly dissolved, gradually covering the surroundings, and finally outside the purple enchantment, a layer of colored light film was formed. The strange colored light spot reminded him of the strange energy that suppressed Seraflu at that time. So he shouted for the first time, "Not good, that thing is dangerous. Everyone get out of this classroom. Miserable, miserable again, trouble again." Just after Yang Tiantian had just spit out his little tongue and secretly muttered to himself, the old man who was holding his seriously injured great-granddaughter before made an earth-shattering roar and questioning at Yang Tiantian, Sazex, Achuka, Greffia, and Seraflu. Glaring and roaring, "You 5 little things! Say, what happened here just now? Why did my great-granddaughter hurt so badly?" Yang Tiantian, Sazex, and the 5 of them, although they are transcendents and have unlimited potential, but after all, they are still very young, and now they have not fully grown up, so they still feel great pressure to question the real powerhouse. Ugh! The 5 people snorted in unison, feeling a violent shock in their spirits, as if there was a weight of 10,000 caddies on their bodies and their figures were slightly bent. Even Yang Tiantian, who was protected by the purple enchantment, also felt a huge pressure. But because he was protected by a powerful purple enchantment, the pressure he was under was a little less than the 4 of them in Sazex. "Ha! Lord Dorani, what makes you so excited? Sazex of my family, if you accidentally do something that offends you, please forgive him a lot when he is young and does not understand things. If you still can't get your breath, then please accept me from the Gimonri family, the current head of the family, Geotix. Sincere apologies for Gimonri." Swish! Just when Sazex was about to resist by the old man's spiritual suppression, a powerful big hand gently put on Sazex's shoulder and patted him lightly. A middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous white gentleman's suit, with long, bright red hair, a short beard on his chin, a face like a crown of jade, and a calm and elegant demeanor, suddenly flashed and appeared next to Sazex. He first gave his son Sazex a reassuring smile, and then showed a gentle smile to the people around him, still glaring angrily at the small group of transcendents on their side, and very gentlemanly to all the angry people present, bent slightly and made a very gentlemanly apology etiquette. But this is not over. Followed by another arrogant, domineering man's voice sounded present. "What's wrong? What's wrong? One by one, you are all big guys in the demon world who can move one side. Do you still want to do things that bully juniors? HMPH. As long as I am today the current head of the city family, Davis. Quinn, City is standing here. I'm going to see who can. Who dares bully my little Sarah? A muscular man with a beard and a burly body suddenly stood beside Sarah Flew, glancing proudly at everyone present. Swish. Huh, Davis dude, don't be so angry. It is still necessary to be harmonious. Everyone dissipates the Kai, and peace of mind can solve the problem. Another man wearing a gorgeous white mage robe, with beautiful silver hair and extremely handsome appearance, flashed and appeared next to Ichuka, with a bright face and a beautiful smile, laughing at everyone present. Swish. Suddenly, another middle-aged man wearing gorgeous silver armor and silver hair appeared next to Griffia in a flash, holding the hilt of the sword in his hand, and a huge silver big sword slammed towards the ruins of the school building below. Rumble. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Poof, poof, poof. Silver ripples immediately spread out in all directions towards the ground below, and the ruins of the originally hill-like pile of school buildings under the feet of several of them were all dissolved into dust in an instant. At the moment when those dust were about to rise, a cute-looking little girl wearing a purple dress with a cool expression suddenly appeared above the purple enchantment that protected Yang Tianxian. She was just a little toe, lightly tapped the outer wall of the enchantment, and banged. It was almost invincible, and it had been protecting Yang Tianxian's purple enchantment. Duh! Bang! The two crisp sounds were shattered into purple points of light in the sky. As the purple enchantment shattered, a huge and incomparable magic fluctuation began to erupt in all directions, like a violent wind and tsunami. With a bang, a huge force spread out, a seemingly violent, but it felt very calm, and the magic of the heart was terrified, and all the dust was blown away in an instant. When everyone present regained their gaze in front of their eyes, next to Yang Tianxian, I don't know when, there was already a girl with a quiet demeanor, sitting in the void beside him. Her expression was indifferent, and her eyes scanned everyone present without joy or sorrow, and everyone present was obviously angry before. However, as long as everyone who was glanced at by that girl and only looked at her for a moment, he felt an unparalleled huge pressure, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead one by one. Damn it, why is she here? Is this the legendary infinite dragon god? It's really scary. So strong. I wonder if everyone present has a chance to defeat her if they join forces. Or can it withstand her huge pressure? Just when everyone present was still sweating furiously on their brains, next to the 5 transcendent children, 4 more beautiful figures suddenly flashed. Each of them is dressed in gorgeous, noble dresses, with beautiful appearance, noble temperament, and confident eyes. They are the mothers of the 4 demonic transcendents present, the mother of Sazix, and Venelana, known as the maroon long-haired lady who kills the lady. In the rumors of the rivers and lakes, Sarah Flu's mother, Alicia, whose strength is not inferior to Venelana, but has a very hot temper. As for the other 2 ladies who were equally beautiful and released the aura of an absolutely strong person, they were obviously the mother of Greffia and Ichuka. As soon as the 4 beautiful mothers appeared, they were not as good as their husbands. So good to talk. All of them use the tigress and lioness who want to protect their children even if they want to fight to the death, and they glance at everyone present fiercely. Then it is to pull up the children next to them, touch them here, pinch there, and look concerned about their children, afraid that they will be hurt by something. Concerned said, "Sarah Flu, are you okay? It didn't hurt anywhere, did it? Come on, let Mom have a look. My Sazix, are you all right? My lovely Ichuka, are you all right? Come and show Mom. Greffia, your scared mom, are you okay? Did it hurt somewhere? Did those bad guys hurt you? If any of them dared to hurt my family's careful liver, Mom, I will destroy him for you." Sarah Flu was pinched by her own mother, worried that she would check whether she was injured, but this was not over. Her mother would still hold herself, rubbing her face on her face. In a sweet voice that people can't stand listening to, he said to himself, while saying that he was still touching his little head, and said in a coaxing tone, "Sarah Carbon, don't be afraid. There's Mom here. Mom will protect you. Well-behaved Ha. Well-behaved Ha." There are so many bigwigs of the demon world watching outside, and there are partners watching. Her patience is about to reach the limit, and her own mother is too concerned about it. It's really a little unbearable. "Hey, Mom. I said, Mom, don't you do this. Many people are still watching." "No, I warn you, don't lean in anymore. Come on again, and I'll turn my face with you." "Woohoo. Little Sarah, you fierce mother, woohoo. I know my little Sarah grew up and didn't like her mother. Don't kiss your mother anymore. Mom is so sad. My little Sarah has my little Sierra started to hate Mom, woohoo. Mom, my old mother, you don't want to be like this, okay? Who said I don't like you anymore? I'm your daughter. How could it not like you? It's just that. You don't be like this in the future. Coax me like a 3-year-old child, okay? It's a shame, good. Sarah Flew was really troubled by her mother, so she had to take the initiative to hug her mother and comfort her. Comforted by her daughter, Sarah Flew's mother, who was originally crying, immediately broke into a smile, wiped her tears, rolled her eyes, and then smiled at Sarah Flew and said, Good. Mom won't treat you as a 3-year-old child in the future, and Mom treats you like a 4-year-old child. Burst. When Sarah Flew heard this, she immediately felt a tightness in her chest, and immediately had a Q version of Sarah Flew in her head and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Yang Tianchen, Sazex, Greffia, and Achuka on the side, Kai couldn't help but laugh, and even their parents shook their shoulders with laughter. Poof, ha ha ha. Sarah Flew's mother, whether in the past or now, is a notorious temper in the demon world. It is really hard to imagine that in front of her daughter, it turned out to be so behaved, such a speechless feeling. Sarah Flew while trying to break free from her mother's embrace, while pushing her mother's face hard, not letting her get close to her, even if it is a mother and daughter, even if she is her own mother, in front of outsiders, coax herself as a 3-year-old child. It's humiliating, okay? In the original book, Sarah Flew herself is an out-hand-out sister, and she is a true sister to her own sister. City, all kinds of doting, still likes to stick to his sister and coquette with his sister. However, Sarah Flew in this period, her sister has not yet been born, so not only does she not have a sister who can spoil her, but, instead, they are always spoiled and clingy by their own mothers and fathers. Seraph's status in the family, what to say? Although she has a little arrogant temper and always runs into trouble outside, their family, from the ancestors of the city family, grandfather to her parents, all spoil her very much, and can even be said to be doting. Their family it can almost be said that the daughter control, the granddaughter control, the great-granddaughter control, treat Sarah Flew, the little princess, all kinds of spoiling, and simply do not allow anyone to bully her and hurt her. Forehead. So, in Sarah Flew's sister Canna, City, before she was officially born, there should be no one who could share the doting of the elders in the family for her. Don't think that having the doting of elders is a good thing that can make everyone envious. It will be very happy, and so on. At least that's what Sarah Flew thinks. On the one hand, in front of outsiders, her parents' unreserved pampering of herself. As she gets older, she will always feel very humiliated and humiliated. Laugh what laugh. Laugh what laugh. Everyone's parents are actually the same. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? As soon as Sarah Flew saw the look of embarrassment at herself, the laughter she made immediately exploded. Pointing at Sazex, Achuka, and Greffia, the few of them shouted in annoyance. The corners of Greffia's mouth turned up, revealing a beautiful and good-looking arc, and smiled. Is it? I think it's okay. At least my parents won't be like yours, huh? Achuka also nodded profoundly on the side. Yes. Oh, yes, Sierra Carbon, do you think we are the same as you? We have already made a 3-chapter agreement with our own father and mother. It won't be like your home. So, is that so? It seems that after returning home, I will also make a 3-chapter covenant with my father and mother. After hearing Achuka's words, Sarah Flew immediately had big, beautiful eyes, turned around, and whispered to herself. And Yang Tianchen is wide-eyed, looking at everything that happens in front of him. The original book of the Demon College, he has not read it, but about the growth history of the 4 demon kings, there is not much written in the original work, just some words. That being said, he could still see that Greffia's mother, although not as exaggerated as Sarah Flew's mother appeared, but also secretly, only holding his daughter's small hand with one hand. In the position of her palm, a small magic array has quietly unfolded. That magic array, if he was not mistaken, was a magic array that came with checking the physical state and healing effect. As for Venelina, she also gently put one hand on her son's lower back, and a wave of magic that implied the attribute of destruction was injected into Sazex's body. Similarly, Achuka's mother, who is secretly casting magic, is examining her son. Although the 3 mothers did not show the exaggerated maternal love of Sarah Flew's mother, They also achieved the meticulous point and saved the face of their children. And at the same time, they were expressing their concern for their children as mothers. As for the fathers of the children, they really achieved the 4 words of fatherly love like a mountain, all secretly standing in a position a little ahead of their own children, ready to deal with the attack of everyone on the other side at any time. Lie down. I know that the Dragon Clan has always acted domineering and unreasonable, but you can also take a look at the situation on the scene. Are you going to fight us to the end? After hearing Orpheus' words, the demon masters present were all blocked in their hearts, and they felt their hearts stuffed and secretly slandered. That's right. To say that these demon world bigwigs have a slander in their hearts and guess Orpheus's thoughts, it's really not wrong. Orpheus usually doesn't like to be in charge, and she is also a little naive and indifferent, but she is also a member of the Dragon Clan, an infinite dragon god who is strong enough to defy the sky. As long as it is a dragon clan, she is never afraid of causing trouble, and she also has the pride of belonging to the Dragon Clan, and in Orpheus's heart, she also has her pride. She will not take the initiative, wantonly bullying the existence that is weaker than herself, but she will not tolerate outsiders bullying their favorite dragon descendants at will. In Orpheus's heart, he thought that Yang Tianchen could not be afraid of causing trouble, but he could not be the kind of person who liked to use his own strength to bully the weak and cause serious consequences. This matter, as long as it was not Yang Tianchen who took the initiative to provoke, it was Yang Tianchen who deliberately bullied those weak demons and imps and caused such a serious incident. She would decide for Yang Tianchen. Yang Tianchen also knew that the incident this time, in terms of seriousness, was countless times more serious than the big incident he made with Seraflu in City's house last time. And if this incident was not handled well, I am afraid that the consequences would be quite serious. After hearing Orpheus' inquiry, he was naturally the first time. His cute little head shook like a rattle and waved his hand again and again. No, 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 no. I can swear to you, the cause of this incident is definitely not caused by my own initiative. Oh, is it? That's good. Hearing Yang Tianchen swear like this, the anger on Orpheus' face suddenly decreased a lot. A demon trainee's family elder, after seeing Orpheus get the answer he wanted, actually looked like he really wanted to spare Yang Tianchen and immediately stopped doing it. Jumping out, he pointed at Yang Tianchen and asked angrily, "Bastard, you said that it was not caused by your initiative. Then it was not caused by your initiative, and you wanted to send us with a casual oath. HMPH. Good. Even if according to what you said, this incident was not caused by you on your own initiative, but caused such serious consequences, you don't want to escape severe punishment." That's right. That's right. Lord Orpheus, you are the great infinite dragon god, the god of the dragon race. God always has to have some responsibility for God's work, right? Yes, punish. Be severely punished. The elders of the large and small families of the demon clan, when they saw their children, were so miserable that they wanted an explanation anyway, and they all shouted for an explanation. Among them, there are a few demon world bigwigs. It is inevitable that their words are a little ugly. For example, they opened their mouths to greet Yang Tianchen's 18th generation ancestors and other dirty words. All scolded, listening to Orpheus directly angry. They all want to kill. If you don't seriously deal with Yang Tianchen, Sazex and them, where to put their face. If this matter is not handled seriously, in the future, the other major forces of the demon race will not regard themselves as soft eggs. Seeing that Orpheus couldn't help it, he burst out to teach these ants who didn't know how to advance or retreat, and when he learned a painful lesson, Geotix suddenly dodged and flashed in front of Orpheus, making a move to block Orpheus. Orpheus's originally calm little face at this moment already had a bit of impatience. His cute little brows wrinkled slightly, and he glanced at Geotix in front of him and said, "How? Even you dare to stop me?" Geotix was swept away by Orpheus's faint eyes, and suddenly his heart trembled for no reason, and a dangerous feeling as if he was being stared at by a flood beast began to rise in his heart. Geotix really deserves to be the biological father of the future demon king Sazex. His heart and flexible communication ability are not weak, and he immediately made a very gentlemanly apology salute to Orpheus. He whispered to Orpheus, "Great infinite dragon god, please stop your anger and teach this matter to be dealt with below." Anyway, in this big incident, many high-ranking noble trainees of the demon world were injured, and their elders were all angry because they felt sorry for their juniors, so their words were inevitably a little excessive, and please understand their feelings. Just now, I have communicated with Xior briefly, the general development of the matter. I have already understood, as Tianchen said. This time, in fact, he is also a victim. He was also involved for no reason. You're going to be wrong. Tianchen does have it, but to let him and Sazex and a few of them bear it together, he. It is indeed a bit excessive and far-fetched, Lord Orpheus. Please rest assured. I will definitely handle things perfectly to you. Geotix, as the current head of the Gimonri domain, his diplomatic skills are very strong. In fact, from the original work, you can see the Demon King's son Sazex he cultivated, and his daughter Lee's them. The strong communication skills, public relations skills, you can see a little. Geotix spread his demon wings and flew towards the demon masters in front of him. And when he flew in front of them, he showed a polite smile and bent down slightly to salute. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Okay, all right, guys, please dissipate your breath first. Disputes don't solve the problem at hand. Don't you want explanations? I think. Why don't you first figure out the cause of the development of the matter, go through, and then discuss how to deal with it? All right. Tianchen and Xior in this incident, is there any mistake? How much is wrong? After they have found out the matter, how about commenting?" The old man who was holding his seriously injured great-granddaughter before, the old man named Dorani, suddenly flashed in front of the demons present, raised his hand gently backwards powerfully, glared angrily at the demons behind him, suppressed bursting anger in his tone, and shouted, "You damn guys, shut up the old man. What's the use of just arguing there?" Then he turned his head again, looked at Sazex's father with a blank look, and asked sharply, "Good. Geotix, since you want to solve this incident, okay. Old man, I will give you a face, and at the same time, it can be regarded as a face for that old monster in your family. Go ahead. How do you find out the cause and course of this incident? Explain it in advance. If it's just to let your children swear and the like, this kind of thing, relying on the words of the oath to investigate, the old man I will never approve. Old man, I must see it with my own eyes and hear with my own ears how things are developing, otherwise, humph. See with your own eyes, hear with your own ears, right? This is easy to do. No problem, Lord Dorani." Geotix bowed slightly towards the old man very politely and nodded in salute. Following that, Geotix beckoned to the small team of transcendents behind him and smiled very gently. "Sazex, Tianchen, Greffia, come here." At the same time, Geotix nodded to his wife, Veneliana. "Get that thing out." Good. When Venelana saw her husband's gesture, she immediately noticed. The seal in her hand changed, and a magic array immediately appeared in front of her. And from the magic array, little by little, a magic mirror carved with a simple pattern appeared. Then Geotix began, introducing to the nobles of the demon world who gathered around. "This is the treasure mirror passed down from my wife's family for generations, called the Mirror of Truth. This treasure mirror has the ability to read the memories of others, and can be restored and revealed in the mirror through the corresponding secret method. You want to observe what happened during the time period, even the sound of the incident at that time, you can hear it. Of course, if we want to launch the Mirror of Truth, our side also needs to pay a lot of price. But this incident, Xior was also involved. This price is even what our family should pay. Come on, Venelana, let's go." "Okay, look at me. Children, don't dodge, don't resist the magic I unleash." The seal in Venelana's hand changed again, and then a destructive aura was injected into the treasure mirror. A complex magic array immediately rose up from the treasure mirror, and from the magic array, 5 magic beams were immediately shot, respectively towards Yang Tianchen, Greffia, Sazex, Echuka, and Seraflu. With the experience of the last time, and Yang Tianchen really had a clear conscience, so he did not dodge and let the magic beam hit his forehead. Venelana is Sazex's mother, and as a son, Sazex naturally trusts her mother very much, and she does not dodge, letting the magic beam hit her forehead. As for Greffia, Seraflu, and Echuka, they have been with Sazex since they were young, and they will go to Sazex's house from time to time. With Venelana, the beautiful, gentle, and kind noble lady, they were already too familiar to be familiar, and they also believed that Venelana would not do anything to hurt them, so they did not dodge the magic beam. 5 magic beams struck into the foreheads of Yang Tianchen and Sazek's, and the 5 of them instantly generated a small magic array. The magic array shot out 2 beams of light from the eyes of the 5 of them, hitting the mirror surface of the mirror of reality. Then immediately above the mirror, an image begins to rise. Then, in front of Venelana, a magic array was unfolded, as well as buttons with various light patterns. And as Venelana continued to operate, the picture in the real mirror immediately began to play backwards, and soon turned to the picture before the incident. The wife was playing back the development of the matter, and Geotix also explained carefully on the side. Please rest assured, the pictures and sounds played in the mirror of reality, we can guarantee that they are absolutely real and effective. What the mirror of truth reads is the most real memory in the heart, from the origin of the soul. I think you must know that the memory played out from the origin of the soul can never be tampered with, hidden, or even manipulated by outsiders. What's more, the mirror of truth also has a feature. That is, when it reads the same thing at the same time and happens, the more people who are read and remembered and participated in this matter, the higher the degree of restoration of the scene of the matter. There are 5 people who have personally experienced the events being read together, so I geotix. Jimongli, as the current head of the family of Jimongli, can make the most solemn guarantee, and all the pictures and sounds played in the mirror of truth are the most real ironclad evidence. In addition, if you still don't believe me, after you have watched the memory picture in the mirror of reality, you can also ask the children who were injured in the incident, to understand the situation. I am sure that there will definitely not be much discrepancy. With the broadcast of the explosion of the Demon Academy in the mirror of reality, the demon nobles present also began to slowly change their faces. Groove. Mad woman, what are you hitting me for? Bastard, the old lady hit you who told you to insult my Lord Tianchen. Up, kill this faceless little white face. Quaid, come on, extinguish that hateful little white face. Alia, Lord Tianchen is the most handsome. Young Master Tianchen, so handsome, it's so handsome, I love you. Come on, destroy that stupid big one. Damn, that guy Quaid is really unreliable and he defeated so easily. Quaid can't do it, just change us. Everyone. It's not over with that little white face. Everyone went up together and destroyed him. You guys, you fucking bastards, what are you doing? You guys actually joined forces to bully Lord Tianchen alone. Me, I fought with you. Sisters, everyone, protect Lord Tianchen. With a picture in the mirror, the paragraph after paragraph was played, and the reason for the outbreak of the incident was probably already understood by the bigwigs of the demon world present. After watching the reason for the outbreak of things in the mirror, as well as the passage, the bigwigs of the demon world present had only one feeling, that is, depressed, too depressed Yuki. This. What a dog blood this Nemur really is. Originally, it turned out that the entire high-level Demon Noble Academy building was blown up into the sky. It turned out that it was just because Yang Tianchen was in the class, the popularity among the girls and demons was too high, and then it attracted the dissatisfaction of the boys and demons in the class. Then, I don't know how, those girl demons actually made the girl demons angry because of the boys' demons' dissatisfaction with Yang Tianchen, and even made a bad speech. The girl demons took the lead in attacking the boys who spoke out, launching a girl's attack, and then the fierce counterattack of the boy demons. Then, because the female demons in the class, in terms of overall strength, were weaker than the male demons, they were pressed and beaten and fell into the downside. When the girl demons were unwilling to lose, they actually pulled Yang Tianchen into the battle circle, and then the boy demons aimed all their anger at Yang Tianchen. Yang Tianchen couldn't be singled out, and the boy demons simply changed the group beating. So Yang Tianchen also took out his talisman magic weapon to protect himself. And then, one of the college's teaching buildings was blown up by the magic storm caused by the chaotic war. How do the demons of the demon college world educate their children and grandchildren? Never mind. Anyway, I don't have the means to educate their children and grandchildren. What is there to expect? Otherwise, Lai Zevim in the original book would not have been born. Lai Warren and Euclid. Lucifergus and other dangerous people who specialize in finding trouble in the world. In Yang Tianchen's heart at this moment, He really did not dare to compliment the means of the demons to educate the descendants. He didn't bother to spit in his heart anymore. The key is to put the goal of improving one's own strength on the agenda. This time, the senior demon Noble Academy, accidentally because of his own relationship, the whole explosion to the sky. If it is not good, it will be suspended for a period of time. How should I spend this time? Just when Yang Tianchen was spinning all kinds of thoughts in his mind, Geoticus's side-endangered public relations and began to unfold fiercely. Geotix put on a serious face and said, "Guys, everyone has already asked about the matter, right?" The big explosion on the side of the Demon Academy happened, and the reason was that Tianchen was just protecting himself. And they don't have much to do with children. If it weren't for the group of children in Tianchen's class who attacked Tianchen to death, then the power of this magic explosion would not be so great. The power of Tianchen's talisman card comes from the infinite dragon god, Lord Orpheus. The biggest feature of that card's ability is that it will raise a defensive counterattack type enchantment. If those children do not attack with all their strength, or do not attack Tianchen, then that defensive enchantment is harmless. A burly middle-aged man with stubble on his face and a scar on his face snorted coldly with disdain, glanced at Geotix, and said, "According to your meaning, the reason for the outbreak of this incident is mainly to blame for our children and those classmates who launched the attack." Seraflu's father also pouted and snorted coldly. "Of course, if people like your family lose money, do you still want our family to lose money?" "I'll declare first." My little Sarah this time did not intervene in the slightest. She honestly stood on the periphery this time to watch the liveliness. I didn't even shout cheers. "Anyway, this time you have no reason to ask for money loss against my family." Another demon also came to life, humming, "Cut. Davis, you are good at shirking responsibility. Does your family want to lose money?" The old man does not agree, just as the so-called avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Your family Seraflu, and Sazex and a few of them, why did they flash so fast when they saw the enchantment launched by the Tianchen kid, like a frightened rabbit? Humph. The old man has reason to believe that there must be something tricky in this. Achuka's father's beautiful and good-looking brows wrinkled slightly, and then revealed a bright, peerless, and enchanting smile, and explained with a smile. "Regarding the power of Tianchen to launch the enchantment, we did remind our children, but it was a matter of a few of our good families. This should not be called a trick, right? As Sazex said before, this enchantment is a defensive counterattack type enchantment. I think whoever attacks more, then, correspondingly, causing such serious consequences, the more compensation he should make." As soon as an old man heard Achuka's father's statement, he immediately couldn't sit still, slammed the negotiation table in front of him, and couldn't help but roar, "Nonsense. I disagree. What does it mean that the more attack power there is, the more compensation should be paid?" The grandson of the old man, he is very talented in terms of the strength of the magic power hidden in the body. It is not much worse than the transcendent. When releasing the magic attack, the power is stronger than many noble demon children. If according to such a compensation method, our family is not very bad. Another demon old monster suddenly jumped out and suddenly pointed at the old man demon named Dorani. "Speaking of losing money, I admit that my children have an unshirkable responsibility, but Dorani's family should also lose money, and you can't pay less." Bang! As soon as Dorani heard the other party say this, he immediately became angry and also slapped the table, directly on the table to slap a huge palm print. Furious said, "Dakara, you old thing, what do you say? Find our house to lose money. You are still embarrassed to make our family lose money. Don't you say the old man still forgot to settle accounts with you?" My great-granddaughter, the reason why she was so badly blown up by the magic explosion before was not caused by your grandson. If he hadn't pinned down my granddaughter, my precious great-granddaughter would definitely have the time to use her natural powers and teleport thousands of miles away. That way she wouldn't get hurt. The old man named Dakara also slapped the long table in front of him with his big hand and said angrily, "Groove. Dorani, are you embarrassed to say, is it just that your granddaughter has talents? My grandson doesn't. My precious grandson. He is also good at enchantment. If it weren't for your hateful granddaughter, he would definitely have a chance to see the weirdness of Tianchen's little ghost enchantment, and maybe he would be able to find the right countermeasure." The two demon realm bigwigs, every time they slapped the table with a huge force with one hand, a powerful magic fluctuation would shine on the table, and a powerful anti-magic array would shine on the table. Looking at the two huge palm prints on the table, many demons present twitched the corners of their mouths twice, secretly shocked at the strong strength of these two old monsters. You know, the negotiation tables placed here, but the previous Demon King's house, these tables are all blessed with magic and made of the hardest wood in the demon world. The strength of this table is enough to deal with the burst of magic when the Demon King is angry. Even if it is the previous 4 Demon Kings, the Demon King who claims to be the strongest is probably a palm print made by a palm, which is only 1 or 2 centimeters deeper than them. Monsters. Sure enough, it is worthy of the old monster who successfully survived from the previous era. However, as the saying goes, only their own family knows their own affairs. Don't look at the 2 old men of the demon world just now, each slamming the table. But in fact, they all agreed at this moment, quietly hiding the hand that slapped the table before under the table. The big hands of the 2 old men quietly placed under the table were trembling slightly, and if you looked closely, you could even see that their palms had begun to swell slightly. At this moment, the 2 old men were very synchronized, and at the same time secretly admired the 4 demon kings of the predecessor in their hearts. I thought to myself, sure enough, the former demon king is stronger. Any one of them casually slap the table in front of them. Not only can they leave deep palm prints, but their palms will not be damaged in the slightest. But what about me? Just when the 2 demon realm elders secretly compared themselves in their hearts and the gap between the previous 4 demon kings. Looking at the small and cute Orpheus, he suddenly couldn't help it, and he really had no patience. And then he fought with these nobles in the demon world, bargaining to discuss what compensation matters. She didn't even make a gesture to slap the table hard, just stretched out her slender and good-looking hands and gently pressed the table in front of her seat with her small palms. Standing up her not tall figure, supporting the table with both hands, the powerful dragon power burst out instantly, glancing coldly at the big men of the demon world present. Enough! I said you guys don't bother. I'm not interested in discussing with you guys what compensation is paid, how much you give, how much I give. Our family's Tiantian, he is defending and counterattacking himself this time. I think even if he is wrong, he should not be mainly responsible. That card was created using my infinite divine power. In this way, the amount of compensation for the explosion of the Demon World Noble Academy in our Dragon God Lord's territory is 5 million magic coins. All right, that's it, I think. This is the amount of compensation that our Dragon God Lords can accept. As for the extra compensation, who should you ask for? And who should have more and less, discuss it yourself. Before those demon world bigwigs could speak, Orpheus flashed to Yang Tiantian's side with a gorgeous flash, and as soon as he put it on Tiantian's shoulder, a Dragon Gate teleportation magic array shone under the feet of the 2. In a flash, the purple light shone and the 2 disappeared. Chow, she, what kind of attitude is she? Infinite Dragon God is amazing. She doesn't take us seriously either, doesn't she? It's so arrogant, it's so arrogant. Hey, what kind of expression are you guys? Why are you showing a hellish expression? Nay. This is the demon man who was originally very dissatisfied with Orpheus's last statement after a burst of cursing. When he saw that everyone's expressions were wrong and followed their line of sight, his face changed wildly and gasped for several breaths of cold air. Following the sight of all the demon realm bigwigs, on the table where Orpheus was sitting, there were already 2 deep palm prints trapped into the table. Even if Orpheus had already left here, everyone fell into a brief shock, and 3 minutes had passed. The desktop in that place is still only a small magic array responsible for reinforcing and repairing this table, shining there, and is still working hard to repair the desktop in that place. As mentioned earlier, this long table used as a negotiating table, but it came from the previous Demon King, and it was used for negotiation. In the past, everyone who could sit in front of this table, when negotiating, would slap the table to intimidate the other party, and there were not a few people. To put it bluntly, this long negotiating table is also a touchstone to another degree. The stronger the strength and the stronger the magic of the people, the longer they are slapped on the table and left palm prints on it. The strongest of the 4 demon kings in the past, he slapped down with a palm when he was angry, and the self-repair time of this table is 3 minutes. The 2 old men who argued so lively before were already the only few powerful old monsters left in the demon world now, and the palm prints they took on the negotiation table only left a minute on the table. And after a minute, the table in front of them was perfectly restored. But what about the palm print that Orpheus left there? She didn't slap the table, she just pressed the desktop in front of her, and she had already surpassed the record left by the previous strongest demon king. What does this mean? In a way, this already reflects the perversion of Orpheus' strength, as well as its strength. In this world, after all, you still have to rely on strength to speak. Whoever has a big fist and a hard fist is qualified to act more arrogant and domineering. Everyone seemed to have formed a tacit understanding, and it was not until a full 10 minutes had passed that they saw the negotiating table where Orpheus was sitting, and the table returned to its original appearance. In an instant, the bigwigs of the demon world present once again had a deep understanding of the strength of Orpheus, and just from here, they could slightly judge the strength of Orpheus. If she is one-on-one, her total strength should be between 8 times and 10 times that of the previous 4 demon kings and the strongest demon king. After seeing everyone's faces change one after another, Geotix deliberately coughed softly a few times, breaking this strange, quiet atmosphere, and proposed, "Everyone. Since Lord Orpheus has said that, then everyone. Do you agree and be satisfied with the amount of compensation that the dragon god Ling is ready to make?" For Geoticus's questioning, the bigwigs of the demon world present were all eager to say and stop, wanting to speak out against it, but they didn't dare to say it. That look was not to mention how much they were depressed. What can they say? Satisfied with the final compensation amount decided by the dragon god lord? Can they be satisfied with the ghosts? So many children of the demon world noble family were injured because of this explosion of the magic power of the demon world noble academy, and the dragon god leader only paid a small amount of 5 million magic coins. Who are you? Although this compensation amount is not the price of Hanako, it is also a price that can make them feel very comfortable. In the end, after the bigwigs of the demon world stared at each other for a while, everyone reluctantly agreed to the amount of compensation for the dragon god. However, this time in the demon world senior noble academy, the magic explosion injured so many noble children. Obviously, to make a compensation amount, it will be quite terrifying. Orpheus is missing here, then there must be other families that will bleed, and the nobles of the demon world present are arguing about a blushing and thick neck. The quarrel was so hot and furious that it took 3 days and 3 nights to stop arguing. In the end, the total amount of compensation was set at the price of 1 billion magic coins. Those who were asked to contribute compensation were the families of all the students in Yang Tianxin's class, contributing 75% of the billion magic coins. Among them, the dragon god received 5 million magic coins. Sazex, Seraflu, Greffia, and Itshuka are strong because they are transcendents, but they did not intervene in time to prevent the disaster. Therefore, the total compensation, amount to be made by the 4 families, is 80 million magic coins. In addition, the compensation price for other families is the School of the Demon World Senior Noble Academy, as the management of the academy did not contain this disaster in the first place. Therefore, the school is also jointly and severally liable and is responsible for compensating the remaining 25% of the compensation amount. Yang Tianxin swore that when Orpheus reported the amount of compensation and left with him swaggering like that, he was a little confused. He couldn't help but think so worried in his heart. Shrimp. The shrimp situation, is this gone? Isn't Orpheus worried that those big guys in the demon world will chase behind their asses to make trouble? Swish! When Orpheus took Yang Tianxin and flashed back to the house of the dragon god leader, there was already the old butler Fred with a group of maids, and the male servant stood in front of the gate and bowed. He said in unison, "Welcome, Lord Orpheus. Young Master Tianxin goes home." Orpheus had long been accustomed to the etiquette of these guys, just waved his hand casually to get them up and disperse, and she had also said that she wanted them not to do this every time, standing at the gate and saluting or something. Orpheus said this not to be considerate of his subordinates, but to be troublesome. However, Fred, the old butler, was very firm and raised objections. It is said that this matter is the etiquette and rules that should be observed as a servant of the noble family of the demon world. If this rule is abolished, then it is disrespectful to the master, and how can it reflect the honorable status of the master? Since the old butler Fred insisted on it, and those subordinates seemed to think that this was what it should be. Later, Orpheus also let them go, since they are not troublesome. Can he not afford to worship them? As for Yang Tianchen, there is no problem, because this allows him to experience the life of the real young masters in the TV series. Anyway, Yang Tianchen is also kind-hearted. As long as the subordinates do not make mistakes, he will not harshly reprimand these subordinates. Let them have nothing to bend over and salute themselves. How can there be? On the contrary, it can make your vanity get great satisfaction. When Fred, the butler, saw Orpheus waving his hand, he immediately took a step back very respectfully, waved his hand slightly to the servants behind him, and asked them to go down and do things. The servants were again very polite, bowed to the master, and then in a very orderly manner slowly stepped back and left. After everyone left, the old butler Fred was still very polite, following behind Orpheus and Yang Tianchen, and asked Orpheus very carefully, "Lord Orpheus, I heard that young Master Tianchen seems to have blown up the Demon Academy again." As soon as Yang Tianchen heard the old butler ask like this, his eyebrows were unresisted, and he said in his heart, "Cut. What is it called again? I seem to have blown up a lot of houses." However, Orpheus still maintained a cool expression and nodded. Yes. So we're losing money again. Fred, go down and prepare the compensation for 5 million magic coins and immediately send it to Geotix in the Gimonri domain. He will handle the compensation for us. When the old butler Fred heard the figure of 5 million compensation, he also croaked his teeth and bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Orpheus, old slave, this is going." "That, Sister Orpheus, I want to go change my clothes. Just now at the academy, I had a fight with those guys, and many places on my clothes were dirty." "Go. After changing your clothes, come over immediately. I have something to talk to you." Orpheus walked ahead and said with a gentle nod, "Good. I'll be over soon. You wait a minute." Yang Tianchen got Orpheus's reply, and immediately the oil on the soles of his feet flashed. I saw Yang Tianchen trotting away, and caught up with the old butler Fred, who was walking in front. And after Yang Tianchen caught up with the old butler, he jumped and patted the old butler's shoulder. Try to put on a cute and friendly smile and ask, "Hey, Fred, I ask you something. How much is 5 million magic coins? What is the purchasing power in the demon realm?" Don't blame Yang Tianchen for asking such superficial questions. This is entirely because in the world of Yang Tianchen's previous life, there were too many types of currencies in various countries. Each country's currency, purchasing power is a world of difference. Some currencies can even achieve a ratio of 1 to several hundred, which means that people have countries. The purchasing power of $1 in some countries is equal to the purchasing power of hundreds of dollars. He has been in the demon world for so long. He eats, wears, lives, and has servants and butlers to deal with. And there are really not many places to use money, so he is really not very clear about the purchasing power of the demon world magic coin. No, today I heard Orpheus agree in one breath to lose money out of 5 million magic coins compensation. This number, it seems a little scary. I hope that I don't pay too much, otherwise Yang Tianchen will die of distress. As soon as the old housekeeper saw that Yang Tianchen was so concerned about this issue, he knew that this young master of the little wealth fan must be a little distressed to pay again. He just showed a gentle smile and reported to Yang Tianchen respectfully, "Young Master Huey, the magic coins of the demon world, if measured according to the exchange ratio of human currency, are probably 1 magic coin equal to the purchasing power of 1,000 gold coins." "Huh. What is SHSHSHSH? 1,000-fold. So if 5 million magic coins are converted into gold coins, isn't it just 5 billion gold coins in compensation?" You belch. "Hee bankrupt, I'm going bankrupt." Poof. When Yang Tianchen heard the exchange ratio of magic coins and gold coins, Yang Tianchen instantly felt that the whole person was not good, and the whole body was instantaneous, as if there were tens of thousands of negative voltages and currents flowing in his body. The strength of the whole body seems to be drained. The soles of the feet are like stepping on the marshmallow. The head is dizzy, and there are countless gold stars shaking and shining in front of you. Shaking, the eyes were dark, and Yang Tianchen's whole person fell backwards weakly. Yang Tianchen's sudden and terrifying performance instantly frightened the old housekeeper beside him, and he rushed over with an arrow step, picking up Yang Tianchen, who was in a coma, and a terrified scream sounded. Young Master Tianchen, what's wrong with you? Don't scare the old slave. Master, wake up, Master. Come, hurry up, go and ask the doctor to come. The young master is sick. The old butler's harsh roar immediately startled the maids and male servants passing by, and then everyone in the entire Dragon God Castle was alarmed. Not good. Young Master Tianchen suddenly fainted. What? The young master fainted? Why, how do I know? Go get a doctor. In fact, after Yang Tianchen fell into a coma, Orpheus had examined him and detected him with magic, but the same inspection was fruitless. Therefore, she asked the old housekeeper Fred to tell her everything before and after Tianchen fell into a coma. Although Orpheus is simple-minded, she is not a fool, and she already has a faint guess in her heart. Although she was not very clear about the reason at first, she decided to go to the world to do an experiment, wanting to try the faint guess in her heart. As a result, some of the world's super-rich people are unlucky. In a prosperous town, a middle-aged man who is known as the richest man in the town, and is also known as the #1 bully in the town, is lying on the rocking chair with a big belly, enjoying the maids beating their legs, pinching their shoulders, fanning fans, and feeding fruit. Suddenly, a subordinate, even with a rolling belt, rushed into the rich man's room, panicked, and screamed loudly at the rich man. Sir, not good, not good. Master. The middle-aged man frowned in dissatisfaction, waved his hand to the maids to let them go, and then said to the visitor in an impatient tone, Find death. What does it mean that the old man is bad? You curse me. What's going on? Say it, say it. The next person was very flustered, wiping the sweat on his forehead. His legs were soft and reported to the old man, No, how dare the villain curse you, sir? B. It's sir, you let the person in charge of guarding the treasure trove come, sir. You, the gold and silver jewelry you hid in the treasure house, somehow it was all gone. What? How can it be? How could it be gone? Did someone dare to steal something and steal Lao Tizu's head? Walk, take me to see it. The middle-aged man's heart at this moment was panicked and angry, and when he personally rushed to a treasure vault in the mountains, his eyes suddenly widened, panting like a cow, and the blood in his eyes was glaring, panting. Who the hell is it? What kind of day did you kill and steal something on my head? A subordinate on the side, pulling an old man dressed as an account housekeeper, came to the housekeeper, knelt on the ground, and his body trembled and reported, Sir, master, not stealing. At least not something that ordinary people can do. Just now, the villain in the account room, the case comes here at this hour every day, storing and pulling out a batch of money. But in front of everyone's eyes, all the gold and silver jewelry suddenly disappeared. Sir, oh sir, the villain does not dare to lie to you. Your gold and silver jewelry, sir, you personally came to see last night, full of cave gold and silver jewelry. Even if the villain dares to steal, he can't empty it for you overnight. The middle-aged man naturally knew that the subordinate and the account room did not deceive themselves. Even if they wanted to deceive themselves, they did not have that ability. In charge of guarding this treasure cave were dozens of his most loyal men. What people don't know about these subordinates is that among these jewels, there are a few, and even he has asked a superior person to perform magic. If someone takes out the jewelry as soon as he comes out of this cave, then a jade tablet hanging on his body will emit a warning red light. However, now looking at the empty treasure cave, he knew the thief he met was definitely not an ordinary thief. In an instant, he could empty his entire treasure cave. The jade card on his body did not have any warning. That only shows that the man's strength is far beyond the scope of his knowledge. Then this middle-aged man suddenly felt angina pectoris. The 5 facial features were instantly twisted together, and then with a rattle, they jerked and fainted on the ground. The people on the side immediately surrounded in panic, shouting in a sad and panicked voice, "Sir, Master, what's wrong with you? Wake up, sir." Master, when those subordinates, hugging and pulling the middle-aged man, left the cave in a panic, suddenly outside this cave, above a big tree, suddenly a burst of purple light shone, and a beautiful girl suddenly appeared. The girl who suddenly appeared on the tree was naturally Orpheus. Orpheus said to himself thoughtfully, "That guy saw the whole treasure cave, and after the gold and silver jewelry was emptied, his reaction was very similar to what the butler Fred said. Before Tiantian was reborn using the great red flesh and blood, his soul did not come from our world. It should be a human soul from other worlds. Then, Tiantian should retain the characteristics of human beings, many characteristics. It seems that human beings will be mentally shocked when they are subjected to sudden losses of huge amounts of money. However, our dragon clan is born with a strong physique, and Tiantian is even more physically strong. If it weren't for the fatal spiritual attack, the little self-spiritual impact he had received before would have been restored in an instant. How about finding a few more subjects to try? Say do it. Orpheus is obviously also a man of action, but although Orpheus is a high-ranking dragon god. But when doing this and emptying people's entire wealth at once, she still has a special selection of screening objects. All those who were emptied by her were the kind of people who were notorious in the local area, or who had done countless evil deeds, those who were usually kind and benevolent, and specialized in doing good deeds and accumulating virtue and kindness. Orpheus did not move. No, in the end, Orpheus's experiment finally came to the result. That is, all human beings value money, whether good people or bad people. It is like this. She even went to some ordinary people's homes, teased those ordinary humans a little, and quietly used magic to transfer the place where his family hid money. When the family found that the money that had been hidden under the bed before was missing, the male owner of the family immediately went crazy, rummaging around the world at home, desperately looking for money. Finally, he searched and found his wife's piggy bank, and then the money was found, but he was also caught by his wife on the spot. Then that family, a shocking war broke out. Then Orpheus came to a very incisive conclusion. Human, I really like money. In their eyes, sometimes money equals their own life. Some humans, it's even a creature that craves money. Orpheus, who wanted to understand the reason for this, curled the corners of his mouth like this, walked to the bedside of Tiantian and said with a smile, "Money rained in the sky. Hurry up and pick up the money." Saying that, her small hand waved lightly in the air, and above Tiantian, suddenly countless gold and silver jewelry fell from the air and smashed on young Tiantian. Then, with a stroke, a small figure bounced. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Yang Tiantian was originally lying on the bed and fell into a coma, but he had obviously fallen into a coma, and when he heard Orpheus whisper, "It's raining money in the sky. Hurry up and pick up the money," Yang Tiantian's ears moved unconsciously. A huge magic array unfolded above the room, and countless gold coins, gems, jewels, etc. fell down in an uproar, smashed on Yang Tiantian's body, smashed on the floor tiles of the room, and the various sounds produced when gold coins collided with gold coins. Yang Tiantian, who was obviously in a coma before. He suddenly opened his big eyes, and then rubbed, and a cute-looking teenager in pajamas bounced up from under the covers. In the countless gold coins, gems rained and jumped up with joy. Yang Tiantian was happy at this moment like a child. His hands kept grabbing the falling gold and silver jewelry and put it in his arms to look at it. His mouth was cracked, and he smirked silly. Hey, money, that's a lot of money. Hey, get rich, I'm rich again." After Yang Tiantian laughed stupidly for a while, Orpheus flew to Tiantian's side, raised his beautiful little hand, raised high, and then slapped Yang Tiantian the back of his head. Coldly shouted, "You want money to die, sober me up." Syllable, ugh, directly slapped Yang Tiantian and hit the street on the spot. The whole person threw himself forward and fell into the gold coin hill under the bed. Hula lala, a cute little head poof, came out of the small gold mountain, looked up at Orpheus who was sitting in the air, and touched the back of the head that was hurt with the other hand. "Hiss, it hurts. Sister Orpheus, can you please don't hit me on the back of the head without moving? If you hit the back of the head too much, it is easy to beat people stupid." Orpheus first smiled softly, then tried to put on a small face and said, "Poof, is it good to fight stupidly, lest your reputation for dying for money spread, lose the face of our dragon clan?" As the current young master of the dragon god domain, he fainted in distress just because he was distressed about the compensation of 5 million magic coins. Can you still have a little more without interest? Hiss, Sister Orpheus, I ask you, can you not mention that compensation? Even if my eyes are now full of mountains of gold and silver, as long as I hear the number of compensation, I still feel so distressed that I can't do it. 5 million magic coins. Converted into adult gold coins, that's 5 billion gold coins. It's painful, it's just pitying me. Yang Tianchen swore that if he were not in the mountain of gold and silver jewelry that Orpheus had found for him, he might have passed out in distress just by thinking of the number of compensation payments. If there are other noble demons in the demon world, seeing Yang Tianchen's performance at this moment, most of them will still feel strange. Isn't it 5 million magic coins? As for will it be distressed to the point of passing out? Belch. This can only be said that the nobles of those demon worlds are too rich, and the luxurious and rich life for many years makes them already feel not so keen about the concept of money, especially those large families with rich territories, or those who have accumulated the demon world for many years. Not counting how much they have fixed property, just say that the main members of some of their families, the annual turnover expenditure, is far more than the number of 5 million magic coins. You want them to compensate 5 million magic coins at one time, although they will also feel a little pain. But they will not be so distressed that they pass out. But in his previous life, he was only a child from a well-off family. Where had he seen so much money of 5 billion gold coins? And he still had to lose it all at once. Yang Tianchen's family in his previous life, his parents' combined annual income was only more than 1 million, worth 5 billion gold coins even if his parents are tired and desperately trying to make money. You give them 10 lifetimes of time. They may not be able to earn it back. As soon as Orpheus heard Yang Tianchen's unproductive words, he flicked his finger lightly, and a purple magic force hit him. Right in the middle of Yang Tianchen's forehead, he threw Yang Tianchen's head backwards. Bang. Oops! Sister Orpheus, you hit me again. Yang Tianchen was hit on the forehead by the purple magic power, and the tears of pain almost did not fall, and his hands pressed on the reddened forehead and shouted in pain. However, Orpheus looked like a little adult, flew to Yang Tianchen, with a beautiful face, and educated. Tianchen, I know that you are a young dragon king reborn from the soul of a human in a previous life, so it is inevitable that you will be very, very concerned about money. However, what you need to know is that our family is not short of money. The sphere of influence of our dragon god domain's entire territory is at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and our dragon god domain's annual tax revenue is at least no less than 10 million magic coins. Also, a dragon clan is born with the ability to probe Zhu Tian Lingbao. As long as your strength is enough in the future, you can casually drill into the deep mountains and old forests of the demon world. Find a 10,000 year fire, a 100,000 year spirit grass, or grab one with your own hands. The strength is not weaker than the Demon King level Warcraft. These things are anyone, as long as you get it. You can easily cash into countless money. When did we, the Dragon Clan, especially the powerful Dragon King, worry about money? After Orpheus' long-winded ideological re-education, Yang Tianchen finally alleviated his distress for the 5 million magic coin compensation. However, as soon as Yang Tianchen's distress passed, a question popped up in his mind, so he immediately asked Orpheus curiously, "Sister Orpheus, our family lost 5 million magic coins. And what about Sazex, Gryphia, Seraflu at Shuka? How much money did their family lose?" When he asked this question, Yang Tianchen was still secretly thinking in his heart, "God bless. The money they lose must not be less than our family. Otherwise, my heart will be very, very unbalanced. Their family. I heard Fred's butler say before that the 4 of them together will lose a total of 80 million magic coins to go out." Orpheus casually ruffled his long hair and replied casually, "Much, how much? 8,000. Compensation of 80 million magic coins. Oh my God. Then they are not equal to a one-time payment. They will have to pay compensation worth 80 billion gold coins. Wow, do they even have to lose so much money? Ha 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 ha. Sister Orpheus, I suddenly feel better. Balance. Woohoo, my psychology is finally much more balanced. HMPH. Why are you kids so bad? Just heard that other people's families lost more money than you, and you were happy to do this. Orpheus smiled at the corner of his mouth, shook his head slightly, and was also happy. However, Yang Tianchen was not ashamed, but instead raised his head with pride, and replied with a loud laugh. Hey, hey, hey. Of course, Sister Orpheus, you don't know this. When a person has experienced a terrible blow, you must listen to the deeds of people who are worse than yourself. In that case, the mood will be better faster. Orpheus did not give Yang Tianchen a chance to speak more, but instead she suddenly made a gesture and looked at Yang Tianchen seriously. Okay. Without talking to you about this, let's talk about how to improve your strength in cultivation first. Originally, I planned to let you find a teacher to study in the noble academy of the demon world and master all kinds of knowledge that is beneficial to improve your strength. Hey, but now, your kid and those idiot imps have made such a mess, blowing up the entire noble academy of the demon world. We can only think of another way for you to continue to learn how to master and improve your strength. As soon as he heard Orpheus say this, Yang Tianchen's eyes immediately lit up, since he was besieged by those noble trainees in the demon realm this time. He had to take out the card of Orpheus magic condensation to protect his body, whereas it caused serious consequences, and his family had to pay a huge reparation worth 5 billion gold coins. Yang Tianchen has already made up his mind in his heart. I want to become stronger. I want to improve my strength. I don't want to be in danger every time. Just take out the card containing infinite divine power, and the enchantment raised by the card is indeed very sharp to save your life. But its ability is not perfectly controlled by itself now. If it were to give me a magic explosion, I don't want to lose so much money anymore. Yang Tianchen's eyes were full of expectation, and he looked at Orpheus on the opposite side and asked with great anticipation, How to cultivate? How to cultivate? Speak quickly, Sister Orpheus. I can't wait. Orpheus raised his eyes to look at Yang Tianchen, and then nodded. You're looking forward to it, aren't you? That's great. Let's go eat. After packing up your personal belongings, we will head to your new place of cultivation. In addition, you don't have to worry about the gold and silver jewelry here. I will let people move into your private small vault, and in order to make your heart feel better, I will tell you, during the time when you are in a coma. I went to the human realm and emptied the treasure trove of many rich and unkind merchants, bullies, and even some evil kings. I brought back a lot of valuable treasures to you, and I have already made up for the loss of 5 billion gold coins that you are distressed about. Yay, that's great. Sister Orpheus, you are so nice. I love you to death. Yang Tianchen cheered and jumped up from the ground. I don't know if it's too excited about the relationship. The force under his feet is too great. Bang! His whole upper body rushed to the roof, directly broke the roof, and became a fun picture similar to the movie, the humanoid hanging Dachshund like shaking. Seeing Yang Tianchen's funny picture, Orpheuston was amused with a smile on the corners of his mouth and actually laughed happily. Poof, poof, you kid, you may be happy too exaggerated. Burst. Yang Tianchen also took a lot of effort to pull out of the big hole in the roof, and then his body fell to the ground very lightly. He patted the white ash on his body, and then put on a small face full of white ash and said with a smirk, Aha, aha, let Sister Orpheus laugh at you. Suddenly hearing you say such great news, I was a little too excited. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, less nonsense, go quickly. Look at you're dirty. Now you should go to the shower first, go back quickly, take a bath, eat. I'll give you an hour. After an hour, we were right away. Obey, Lord Orpheus. Yang Tianchen was also cute and actually gave a military salute to Orpheus and then swooped away. About an hour and a half later, at a cliff in a deep mountain and old forest somewhere in the demon realm, a purple magic array light pattern shone for a moment. Orpheus flashed out with Yang Tianchen, greeted by old acquaintances, Sazex, Echuca, Seraflu, Gryphia, and their parents. Above Yang Tianchen's brain, a big question mark suddenly appeared, looking at Sazex and asking, Gryphia, Sazex, you guys are. Why are you here? Geotix walked up behind Sazex, put his hands on his son's shoulders, smiled mildly and politely, and said, Hee. The thing is like this. This time the Demon World's Senior Noble Academy was blown up, so that many, Many big figures of the demon world's senior noble family fully realized that the horror potential of these transcendent kids. So, in order to discuss a future, we can reasonably limit your fooling around, but also to symbolically punish you culprits, and to let you impulsive little guys calm down. Tiantian, in the class of your noble academy, all the students have been ordered to suspend school for 1 year, and they are not allowed to return to the senior noble academy to study within 1 year, and then go back to school after 1 year. No, we heard. Waiting a little impatiently on the side, Seraflu's father suddenly waved his hand again and again. Okay, Geotix, you are really verbose, Tiantian boy. We just heard that Lord Orpheus is going to take you to another world to experience cultivation, so we want our children to go out and see the new world outside. I said, don't say you don't want to, boy. You must know that your dragon god leader only paid 5 million magic coins in compensation, which can make many, many parents of high-level children victims of the demon world dissatisfied. In order to calm the anger of those old guys, our 4 families have joined forces to compensate for you a lot of blood. We don't want your family to say thank you, those money, right to pay for our children, travel and study tuition. Lord Orpheus also agreed. Oh, is that so? That's really embarrassing, huh? But it's great to be able to go to another world to cultivate with everyone, Yang Tiantian said with an embarrassed smile. Orpheus and everyone had almost chatted, and at the same time they saw Sazex, Achuka, Greffia, Seraflu, and their parents, nagging about their children after telling them not how much they didn't know. Orpheus interrupted. Okay, all right. You should be pretty much what you told you, right? For the cultivation of children, let them experience more and try more, in order to have more and more improvement. Vinalana took her son Sazex's hand, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and finally couldn't help but instruct. Sazex, woo-woo. Mom really can't bear you to leave. However, you must remember it. When you go out, your father and mother can no longer be around to take care of you. You must take good care of your body. For the mother's tear-eyed, hazy, and unwilling to let go of his respectful advice, Sazex could only smile bitterly, nodding with a gentle smile and agreeing. Okay. Rest assured, mother. On the other side, Seraflu's mother, when she saw Orpheus about to leave, suddenly cried even harder and hugged her baby daughter, crying loudly, "Shho, woohoo! Seraflu, my precious daughter, Mom can't bear you. Otherwise, let's not travel to another world, okay? You just stay at home and let Mom and Dad take care of you, okay? Mom can't do without you. Woohoo." At the same time, Seraflu's father on the other side, after seeing his wife say this, he hugged his baby daughter together with an old face full of stubble and rubbed on his daughter's face. The same crying was fabulous, and he wanted to persuade his daughter to say, "Yes, oh yes, little Sarah, your mother is right. Is it bad to stay at home? You can stay at home for a year with peace of mind. This year's pocket money. Dad, I decide, manage enough. You can be a great flower. Let's not travel to another world, okay?" In fact, all children who are happier in the life department, or children who are doted on by a large number of elders, when they grow up to a certain age, sometimes they will have the idea of wanting to go out and break into the world by themselves. I think that when Seraflu heard that she had the opportunity to travel to another world, she was the happiest and most excited, and at this moment, she couldn't wait to leave the house, leave this clingy pair of parents. So Seraflu pushed with a look of disgust, and Dad and Mom leaned over their cheeks, frowning and saying, "Then how can it be? It has already been said to Lord Orpheus. How can you casually regret it? Besides, I'm a little tired of playing in the demon world for a long time, and going out to play in another world is also the thing I'm most interested in now." Oops, Mom, Dad, don't stick your face so close, okay? Mom, your tears, snot are all on my face, Dad, your beard is so prickly. Oops, what are you doing? No. Let go of me. I've never seen your clingy parents like you. Won't I be back in a year? Let me go. Orpheus looked at Seraflu's parents helplessly, shook his head and walked behind Tiantian. His hands suddenly quickly froze, and with a buzz, the oversized purple dragon pattern magic array unfolded in front of her. Dragon God AI, time and space rotate. Go. I saw Orpheus drinking low in his mouth while pressing the huge purple magic array with one hand, pushing towards Yang Tiantian's back, and the magic array touched Tiantian's back. With a swoop, the magic array, which was huge before, quickly shrunk and merged into Tiantian's back. Then, I saw that Tiantian's face turned red rapidly, And then even the surface of his body became red, and purple light lines began to appear on his body. Finally, those purple light streaks slowly converged towards his heart. When the purple light streaks all over Tianqian's body disappeared, suddenly, from the position of Yang Tianqian's heart, there was a card shining with colorful colors which flickered in his heart. Su. Suddenly, from the colored card, there was a colored light containing powerful power, shooting out from Yang Tianqian's heart, from the colored card. I saw that the colored divine light, full of divine power. As soon as it appeared in the void, it actually caused the rapid distortion of the spatial light around it. Immediately afterwards, the seal in Orpheus' hand changed again, and finally the sword fingers of his right hand were brought together with one hand, and he gently pointed towards the jade finger of the Wanjiang cliff below. He shouted lowly, "According to legend, the dragon god who controls the gate of time and space, answer our call and open the door to another world. Time and space dragon gate. Open." Airplanes, bang! The colored divine light, under the manipulation of the infinite dragon god Orpheus, instantly shot towards the bottom of the cliff, and I don't know what happened. Just when the colored light fell to the distance of a certain moment of space, perhaps it hit a certain space node under the cliff. Suddenly, under the Wanjiang cliff, a huge colored light magic array with a radius of 100 meters unfolded out of thin air. Seraflu's parents, who were originally holding their daughter and reluctant to let her leave, as well as Sazek's and their parents, all looked at the huge colorful light magic array under the cliff. If they looked closely, they could even see that above that huge magic array, there were 3 dragon-shaped light patterns of different shapes, faintly appearing in it. One is Orpheus's ontology photo pattern, the other is the Great Red ontology photo pattern, and finally, the other is a dragon-shaped light pattern that is larger and longer than Orpheus, the Great Red light pattern. That one should be Orpheus, the other is the Great Red, so the other one is the incarnation that represents the bloodline of the second supreme dragon god hidden in Tianqian's body. Grephia's father, looking at the cliff light pattern below, whispered to himself. Orpheus's good-looking brows furrowed slightly, and after glancing at the light pattern of the third dragon god, he said in a calm tone, "That's right. That dragon-shaped light pattern, I don't know what to call it. However, this Dragon Gate teleportation magic formation below has suddenly appeared in my mind since I officially grew into an infinite dragon god. Logically speaking, an existence like me, who has the power to easily destroy the world, should not exist in this world. That magic array is actually a time-space magic array that can help me leave the original world plane of this special existence. Logically speaking, an existence like me, who has the power to easily destroy the world, should not exist in this world. That magic array is actually a time-space magic array that can help me leave the original world plane of this special existence." Orpheus glanced at the magic array below the cliff and said so. Following her, you said, "If you want to launch that magic array, you need to reach at least 2 dragon gods who are like me, have massive magic power, and super high-level bloodline standards, to be qualified to cast spells and open this time-space dragon gate. In our world, the dragon god who can have an existence equal to mine is currently only the Great Red. As you all know, my relationship with that red dragon is not very good. However, the Tianqian bloodline is special, although he does not currently have a huge amount of magical power, but he already has the divine dragon bloodline of 2 supreme dragon gods in his body. Coupled with my assistance from the side, stimulate the colored card in Tianqian's body, which contains powerful unknown divine power, we can barely summon to open the time-space dragon gate. This dragon gate may exist outside my world, and some powerful dragon god who controls the power of time and space used some unknown secret method to enter my brain. I think he probably wants to use this dragon gate to lead me to his side of the god realm. Standing on this cliff, Sazek's and his parents listened very carefully to Orpheus's narration. You know, this is a secret from another world, and it is not something that anyone can easily hear if they want to hear it. Achuka's father is also a demon world boss who likes and is good at magic, and he's most interested in collecting and learning all kinds of legendary magic, forbidden arts, formations, and so on in the world. He suddenly conjured a pair of single-piece magic glasses, put them on his eyes, and looked at the magic array below. His pair were more beautiful than women, and his good-looking brows frowned slightly. Frowning, he said, "The 3 dragon god light patterns below that exude the power of the dragon god should be the basis of this magic array, and the mysterious incantation on the side. I still see it for the first time. It is not any god world, demon world, or even the human world known in our world. Is this a new culture from another world? Do you really want to go to that other world?" Griffia's mother, with a worried look on her face, turned to Orpheus and asked, "Lord Orpheus, may I ask if you took your children to another world, can you still return?" Orpheus nodded seriously and said, "Of course. The mysterious card in Tiantian's body itself has the ability to travel through time and space, and it has recorded the space-time coordinates of this world. As long as we want, I have a way to stimulate the powerful potential in Tiantian's body through special techniques at any time, and use that card to come back. Don't worry, I won't kidnap your family's Gryphia, and I won't come back." Orpheus and the big guys, after about 5 minutes of conversation, finally Orpheus suddenly raised his hand and stopped the big guys from wanting to talk. "Okay. The space-time dragon gate we summoned, after this period of waiting, should have been stable. The world I originally wanted to take Tiantian to, presumably above the space-time. A certain space-time node has also been opened. Here we go." Saying that, Orpheus's little hand waved gently in the air under the reluctant eyes of Sazex's parents, Seraflu's parents, etc. And the parents. "Kids, there we go." "Huh, is this leaving? How should I go?" Achuka stretched out her neck and looked at the huge magic array below the cliff and asked with a little unforeboding. "Less nonsense, just go." Orpheus suddenly flashed behind all the children, 5 meters away, made a 2-handed recycling, and then pushed forward hard. Hula lala. A fierce wind containing purple magic power hit the 5 children who were not ready, and the purple magic seemed menacing, but its strength was very soft. Like a big, powerful, and gentle hand, at once it retreated them all out and pushed them out of the cliff. "Huh! Hey, Groove! Groove slot, what's going on? AAA fly. Why can't it fly?" Achuka looked confused and was pushed out, only feeling an instant emptiness under his feet, subconsciously opening the devil's wings, but it couldn't fly. Although Seraflu also spread her demon wings, she couldn't fly, and she actually felt it. It was as if within the range of the mysterious dragon god teleportation formation below them, there was an extremely special power that shielded their magic. Not only has the magic of flying failed, but even the ice magic she is best at has also failed. Seraflu, who had long been accustomed to flying with magic power, was not frightened by the temporary inability to release her magic, but enjoyed the feeling of free fall and her body falling rapidly. I saw Seraflu's excited little face red, opened her hands, maintained a head-down posture, and fell towards the dragon god formation below. While falling, he was still excited and cheered loudly. "Ah, call he-he-ha-ha. Playful, it's fun, he-he-ha-ha." Achuka, who was falling towards him, saw Seraflu and was still laughing happily there. Immediately he couldn't help it and shouted loudly to Seraflu, "Nima, when are you still so happy?" Nima has something wrong with Yang Tiantian, whose body was also falling rapidly, did not scream. Instead, he tried to divert his gaze, watching Seraflu's excited cheers, watching Achuka's screams and curses, and seeing the calmness of the teenager Sazex's calm, smiling response. Looking at Grephiana, although there was a little panic in her eyes, she still tried to maintain a cool image and tense her little face. Are they the people who are destined to become the most powerful beings in the future of this demon world? It is also a great honor to know them when they were teenagers and go to the world with them. Poof, 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 including the last one, Orpheus, who fell into the Dragon Gate Law Formation after the children. When each of them entered the Law Formation, it was as if they had jumped into the water one by one. Every time you enter, a small circle of ripples will ripple above the magic array. Suddenly, after seeing his daughter disappear into the formation, Seraflu's father couldn't help but rush out, wanting to jump into the formation and shouting, "Daughter, wait, Dad. Dad is going to another world with you too." Bang! I saw a flash of colored light, and a human-shaped black shadow with a bang was quickly bounced back. You must know that even me, if I don't incarnate the body and cover the body surface with the protection of infinite divine power at all times, even I will not be able to resist the lethality brought by the passage of time. So, if a few of you want to use a similar method in the future to achieve ultra-long-distance cross-plane teleportation, You must be fully prepared before you can teleport, you know. Yang Tiantian, Sazek, and the others, hearing Orpheus teaching so seriously, all nodded seriously and replied, "Yes, Lord Orpheus." After Orpheus' explanation, the 5 transcendent young girls finally understood the horror and magic of this time-space passage. In this seemingly beautiful and colorful passage of time and space, it actually contains an extremely terrifying, murderous opportunity. Traveling in this long and beautiful passage of time and space, even children who are transcendents cannot accurately judge the passage of time around them, how long has passed. Within this space-time channel, there seems to be an underworld force that blurs their perception of time. Finally, I don't know how long I traveled, the huge dragon body of Orpheus suddenly trembled, and the huge dragon eye suddenly flashed violet. Looking at a certain place in the space-time passage ahead, every distance of different lengths on the wall of the space-time passage began to appear, and patterns similar to doors began to appear. As soon as he saw the appearance of those doors, Orpheus said with some excitement in his heart, "Here, this is the destination we are going to. In this section of the space-time passage, there are several worlds connected, and we have found a lot of new space-time planes. Which plane is better to go to first? Well, in order to exercise your abilities and learn new things, let's go to the relatively large human plane of power restraint first." Speaking of this, above the huge dragon body of Orpheus, a dazzling purple light suddenly shone violently, and the entire huge dragon body suddenly turned into a purple light that exceeded the speed of light. Poof! Directly shattered and drilled into a space-time gate. Above that space-time gate, a black hole the size of a fist appeared visible to the naked eye. The dazzling purple light flashed away, and the black hole on the empty gate at that time also returned to its original state at the moment when the purple light disappeared. As Orpheus entered the new world, located in the Demon College world, more than a month had passed, and the teleportation formation of the time-space dragon gate under the cliff also shone violently for a moment. Then the huge space-time magic array slammed and exploded into a point of light in the sky and dissipated in the air. And the subordinates who stayed here and were in charge of guarding the legal formation, Sazek and his subordinates, were all alarmed by this phenomenon, and they all flew towards the bottom of the cliff. They spread their demon wings and flew downwards, but they were not blocked in the slightest, and there was no countershock force to shake them away. One of them flew and stopped in the air, looked at the people around him, and said, "The master of the family once left an explanation. Once this magic array disappears, it means that the young master and the young lady have followed Lord Orpheus to their destination. From now on, for a year, we must guard this place, and don't let outsiders easily enter the radius of thousands of meters around here. So I will go to the post of the town guard according to the pre-agreed agreement of the master of the family." Yes. The dozens of demons around them who were dressed in different colors, but all exuded a strong aura. After answering in a neat unison, their figures flashed and flew towards the air around them. In the crowd they left, several people like the leader of the team all palmed their palms, and an extra magic scroll appeared. They conjured a pen, wrote some words on it, and then the palm magic array flashed, and the scroll disappeared instantly. And these scrolls, which contained important information, were transmitted into the hands of their respective masters after a moment. It's just that when their masters, such as Seraflu's parents, cried when they saw the contents of the scroll, and how excited Sazek and their parents were, I won't go into detail here. Because of Yang Tiantian, they have entered a time and space node in the new world at this moment, and there is a transparent space barrier in front of them. And Orpheus, who was transformed into a girl from purple light again, was standing in front of this spatial barrier at this moment, and behind Orpheus was Yang Tiantian, who was protected by a colored light mask. I didn't see Orpheus having too many expressions, she just kept her cool face. The seemingly small and delicate fingers of the little hand are slightly bent, as if they are knocking on the door of someone else's house, gently tapping on the space barrier. Bang, click, click, click. The originally transparent space barrier in front of him instantly spread out countless spider web cracks, and then turned into fragments in the sky. A time gap that could accommodate 10 people in an instant opened. Following, the Orpheus and the others instantly felt the feeling of gravity, and several of them were immediately attracted by the gravity of the new world and fell from the air. And after they went down, a few seconds later, the space gap they landed down was instantly filled by the surging colored light behind. And then the space barrier was very miraculously restored to the perfect sky. You know, when they came to this new otherworld, they landed in free fall from an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground. Therefore, they felt at the beginning, just like those skydivers, although the body is descending rapidly, but they have a very sensory experience of what is called the excitement of skydiving. Although Yang Tianchen, Greffia, Sazex, and several other boys and girls are protected by colored light masks, they can still experience the very magical feeling of weightlessness. Seraflu felt that she was floating up, and she could do all kinds of movements in the colored ball of light, that fresh and exciting feeling, not to mention how fun and happy. Seraflu couldn't help but get excited and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Playful, it's fun. Although magic cannot be used, but is this what it's like to be a normal person? It's amazing. Ha 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 ha. Pinch. Look at me. I can turn it like this, and I can flip it like this. Ha ha ha, it's incredible. Greffia looked at Seraflu, who was obviously alone and could play so well, and couldn't help but roll her eyes with good looks and pouted disdainfully. Cut. Immature. As for smiling so happily, don't think about it, we can't use magic now, how are we going to land later? Hearing Greffia's worries and questions, Achuka couldn't help but smile and waved her hand. Greffia, what are you doing with that heart? Isn't there Lord Orpheus on our side? With her old man protecting us, do you still have to worry about landing at height? You say yes, Lord Orpheus. However, Orpheus only blinked slightly with his big eyes a few times after seeing Achuka's smiling face and asking questions. Then he still maintained a calm expression, but spread his hands slightly and said, regarding the landing problem, I can't help it now. Ah, why? Hearing that the strength was as strong as Orpheus, he actually said that there was no way, and the 5 young men and women had round eyes at the same time, and asked with their mouths wide open and exclaimed. Orpheus kept the posture of landing high, holding his chest with one hand and supporting his delicate little chin with the other, thinking for a moment and trying to reach out and feel something in the air. Then he said, because we are outsiders in this world, and this world does not happen to belong to the kind of world that belongs to the god and demon plane, and the magic elements of this world are almost negligible. Like us gods and demons from another world, once we descend to this kind of plane, then the world power of this world will also exert a plane suppression effect on us as soon as we appear in this world. No matter how strong we are, how huge the magic power is hidden in the body, it will not be able to make it. In this case, there is no magic element in the outside world, and the magic power in the body cannot be used. So, do you know what I mean? Smart and wise as Sazex, the corners of his mouth immediately twitched and subconsciously replied, Orpheus, Lord Orpheus, what do you mean? Let's leave ourselves to fate. Syllable. Orpheus snapped his fingers, pointed in the direction of Sazex, and nodded. That's right. But you don't have to worry. I am an infinite dragon god, and I have an incomparably huge divine power in my body. Even if I am now restricted by the rules of the world and can't cast magic, my body is also the strongest divine body. Ordinary high-altitude fall can't fall to my death. Yang Tianchen and a few of them, when they heard Orpheus say this, they were speechless for a while, and they were all in their hearts. Almost in unison, he complained, Nima, are we worried about whether you're going to fall to your death? We are clearly worried about whether we will fall to death. Don't think that gods and demons are not afraid of death. Even like Seraflu, there are always little girls who are always on the verge of death. When they heard Orpheus say, when she said that she was resigned to fate, she was also a little frightened for a while. Plus, no matter how many tens of thousands of meters you are from in the air, play skydiving down the time. Belch, if you still jump down without a parachute, how much is usually to come? If more, it seems to be only a few minutes. If it is less, I am afraid that it should come down within a minute. These young men and women, after being briefly confused by Orpheus' words, were stunned for a while. Suddenly, I found a very serious problem. Nima, we now seem to be only a few hundred meters above the ground, at a height of several hundred meters. The time for several people to do free fall is less than 10 seconds. Bang, bang. On the ground, a puff of smoke and dust suddenly rose up, and when the smoke and dust were blown away by the breeze, 6 huge earth pits were left on the ground here. In the dirt pit, there are also small black holes. Suddenly, in one of the small earth pits, a violent explosion burst open. The huge explosion power directly blew those clouds, smoke, and dust into the sky and rolled wildly around. In the pit, a cute-looking girl wearing a purple dress was maintaining a posture of punching towards the sky. Her small head raised slightly, her eyes slowly opened, the corners of her mouth smiled, and she snorted. Although my magic power is temporarily sealed and cannot be used, my physical strength can still far exceed ordinary people. That's right. Although Orpheus' strength was sealed because of the magic power, it directly restrained her, and she had more than 99% of her strength. But don't forget how huge her body really is. She now seems to be a humanoid avatar of a cute little loli. But that was just a change in appearance, her original physical strength, but not much weaker at all. If you talk about her current physical strength alone, you just want her to fight Superman head-on, and her fists will definitely not be much weaker than Superman. Therefore, even if she just punched upward, the mound above her would naturally explode in all directions like an explosion. Orpheus dusted off his body casually, and then calmly straightened his long hair, and then walked out of the pit step by step without injury. At the same time as her, there were several people from Yang Tiantian, but they did not have the relaxed demeanor of Orpheus. Although they were protected by a colored light shield and smashed into the ground, they were not injured. However, as soon as the light mask smashed into the ground, it instantly shattered. How should they say how they feel in the ball of light? It's a bit similar to those movie stunts, jumping down from buildings tens of meters high, although there have long been thick and soft mats on the ground. But after those stuntmen jump down, they will still fall for half a day and can't get up, even if their skills are good enough. The protection measures are in place enough. But from the sky, the impact of falling down quickly is so huge, and how strong the inertia is, even if they are not injured, they are shocked as if they are about to shift, uncomfortable. Therefore, Orpheus walked out leisurely, and they were gray-headed, slowly crawling out of the pit while climbing still on the side, oops, oops, cry pain. Sazek's hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Sarah flew. Oh, Nima, it hurts the old lady. Never play such an exciting jump in the sky again. Achuka was even more exaggerated, and after coming up he pressed his waist and kept shouting in pain. Ouch! I, my old waist, fell to my death. Even Grefia, who has always been calm and prides herself on maintaining a cool image, frowned like Sichuan characters when she crawled out of the pit, and it was obvious that she was not lightly dropped. The 5 teenagers who are also transcendents are probably better than Yang Tiantian, although he is also grinned by the falling teeth, but it is obviously not as painful as the other few people feel. The reason why Yang Tiantian is so resistant to falling, on the one hand, is because he is a strong physique of the humanoid dragon king, and he has a natural strong ability to resist any physical attack. On the other hand, it is because Yang Tiantian was previously used by Orpheus. All kinds of hellish training all day long, as well as crazy fighting with all kinds of fierce beasts in the demon world forest. Training. Every time he faces the opponent, the smallest is 3 meters away, and some even look like a small mountain. If the resistance is not enough, Yang Tiantian will not be slapped to death by these fierce beasts. However, after they slowly climbed out of the pit, what greeted several young girls were the humans dressed as farmers who slowly gathered around. One by one, whether men, women, or children, their eyes were full of shock, and they looked at Orpheus and them with a kind of monster-looking look. Pointing at them, he said, wife, come and see, look at it. A few of them seem to be the things that fell from the sky just now. It won't. What I just saw was falling from such a high sky. There are such big pits on the ground, a few of them even fall to their deaths. Hey, it's just, I think it must be them. Do you say they're human? Don't say that you fell to death. How come you don't even have a bruise on your body? Look at the old man. They must not be human. Maybe they are some kind of immortals passing by from nowhere or yokai. Otherwise, as you look at them, they moved. They moved again. Sarah Flew does like to be noticed and likes the feeling of being in the limelight, but she doesn't like to be seen as a monster by others. After a few minutes of relief, her internal organs, which felt like they were about to fall, were finally not so sad and painful, so she immediately glared. The little hand waved hard at the farmers, glared and threatened. "Get out! You damn mortals, if you don't get out, I'll slap you to death, old lady." The surrounding peasants, because they couldn't figure out the origin of Saraflu, were stared at by her fierce eyes, and they were immediately frightened and shrunk back, indeed retreating some distance. However, out of human curiosity, after feeling a few steps back, they felt that they had retreated to a safe distance, and those people stopped again. Then they turned their heads again, and then followed, pointing at Saraflu for a while. Saraflu finally couldn't bear it. Her small fists clenched tightly, and she gritted her teeth for a while, saying that although her magic power was sealed as a demon, her ears were still very good. Can you expect those? Can the cultural quality of those peasants who seem to be dressed and not very wealthy be high? This is not the peaceful world of Yang Tianxin's previous life, and the human beings here are not anyone who has the opportunity to learn. Therefore, at least the group of peasants who talked about Saraflu and them, some of them, their mouths were not very clean, and the words they whispered about were inevitably a little ugly. As soon as Saraflu heard that they dared to talk about herself like that, she immediately exploded on the spot, pushing her hands forward hard. His eyes were furious, and he roared, "You damn mortals, actually, dare to say that about me. Old lady, I killed you. A Saraflu's sudden outburst, the murderous aura revealed from her violent eyes, is absolutely true. She really wants to slaughter this group of damn guys. It's just that." I saw Saraflu holding one, taking a step forward and pushing her hands forward. The surrounding farmers were also shocked by her momentum, and they jumped back several steps like frightened rabbits. However, everyone retreated in fear, closed their eyes for a while, and then waited for everyone to slowly open their eyes, and then touched their bodies. The peasants' eyes suddenly changed again, and they all looked at Saraflu with a silly look, and some even whispered, "Is that kid a wrestling fool? He, you see. Look, is there any point that she actually kept that movement all the time? It seems that he was really fooled. How pitiful. Does it look like you're still very young? It's a pity to be stupid at such a young age. Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you. Kill you guys. When did Saraflu dare to call her stupid like this to her face? She only felt that she was going to die. She was going to be angry. She was going to explode. She pushed her hand out again and again, but no matter how angry she pushed her palm, there was still no movement in front of her. The peasants, when they saw Saraflu's crazy little touch, took pity on her even more and even looked at her with contempt. What a kid! How pathetic. Not only stupid, but also crazy. Hey, in fact, where do these farmers know? It's not that Saraflu is crazy, it's that they are lucky. Thanks to the fact that this is not Saraflu, the original living demon world, the air here contains almost no magical elements, and the huge magic power that Saraflu originally lurked in the body was suppressed and sealed in the body because of the power of the rules of the world and could not be beaten. Otherwise, just like Saraflu just now, push her palm out like crazy, but as long as she can cast her magic normally, cast her ice magic. Those ignorant and pitiful peasants will be blasted away by the powerful ice magic in an instant, and they will be blasted into scum. Should we say that the poor peasants are ignorant? Or is their audacity really boundless? They dared to whisper about Saraflu in person, and some people even diverted the target. Seeing that Orpheus looks so cute, there are a few guys who are not afraid of death, and they dare to discuss Orpheus's in a low voice. Even if Orpheus was now the same unable to cast magic, his strength was limited by more than 99%. But when she raised her eyes to look at those stinky men who were not afraid of death, immediately her eyes became indifferent, and she didn't see her make too many movements, just facing the direction of those men, and her small hand was forceful. Hoo-hoo, bang bang, poof, ah.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.